Hello! Welcome, welcome. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back for day 5 of this big Silent Hill marathon. Today, it's finally time for Silent Hill 2. We'll be going through the original Silent Hill 2. My initial plan was to break this up and do it in... Oh, sorry, my initial plan was to do this in one stream because I thought Silent Hill F was coming out tomorrow. But it's the day after tomorrow that we'll be playing Silent Hill F. I fucked up the timing. So yeah, instead we'll break this playthrough up and we'll do the first half today, the second half tomorrow, and then the day after will be Silent Hill F. That is the plan. Let me see here. That works for you, Storm? Great. Snake, Electric Bob, all the usuals. Nico, yeah, I had to reschedule the flights, but yeah, it was no big deal. It was fairly handy. Pew, a Hank Sledge, Gooch, all the usuals. Panda, Rhombus, welcome back. But yeah, my initial plan was to get on a bit earlier today, start earlier, and do like a big full SH2 playthrough, like a 12-hour stream or something like that. But well, when I found out that I messed up the timing and it's not coming out until the day after tomorrow, I thought it would be best to, break it up. Do a bit of a shorter session today. That's why I'm starting a little bit later as well. I'll be playing the enhanced edition. Yes, the fan-made project, which is kind of like the real HD collection. Okay. Right. Hold on, let me just turn down the volume a bit. I'm not sure what the volume is going to be like here. I'm going to have to recapture the game as well. Hold on, just give me a second here. I hope this is all still working. I haven't touched this since I last played it, so I'm assuming it's all going to be the same. Let's see. Get rid of that. Get rid of Origins. Silent Hill 2, Enhanced Edition. Okay, you guys let me know if you're seeing the game. You guys seeing the Konami logo? You seeing the Team Silent logo? Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm not sure what the volume situation is going to be like. I have a completed file. Let me just see what files I have here. Yeah. There's no way of checking your riddles, is there? Like, what riddle difficulties you've completed. Oh, look at... Oh, right. Did I do this for my last playthrough? I did an extra riddle mode last time. My last playthrough of this was extra riddle. Jesus, I can't even remember doing that. Although, yeah, I think now it's coming back to me. I really wanted to show off extra riddle mode because it had been so long. There's my normal file. My easy file. Okay. Maybe we'll do extra riddle again. Just because it's so rare that we do show it. Yeah, this game has a secret difficulty mode. I was kind of disappointed that the remake didn't have this. It was one little thing that they didn't include, at least I think. There's a hidden difficulty mode in the original game. And to unlock it, you need to beat the game on all 3 riddle difficulties, easy, normal, and hard. And when the game registers that you have saves for all of those difficulties, completed saves for all those difficulties, your next playthrough no matter which difficulty you pick, will automatically be set to extra riddle instead. It's not a difficulty mode that you pick in the menu. See, if I go to new game here, I have action level difficulties and riddle level difficulties. There is no way to select extra from a menu. You just have to finish all three, and then on your next playthrough, the game will pull a sneaky little trick, and it'll start with a new difficulty, a new riddle difficulty mode, which is really cool. You know, you think you're going in playing a difficulty level that you've already played, and then the game hits you with a surprise when you get to your first riddle and gives you a brand new riddle. It's, yeah, it's a cool little thing. I don't think they have it in the remake. So they do allow you to look at the other sides of the coins for the coin puzzle in the remake. And in this game, that's something that's unique to Extra Riddle. You can only look at the back sides of the coins in Extra Riddle mode. So the developers, they definitely knew about the Extra Riddle difficulty. Wait, what the fuck? You're seeing this stuck Konami logo? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Hold on. You don't really need to be seeing the menus while I'm talking about this. You understand. Hold on. Game capture. Okay, let me just do the old stop-start trick. Let me know how it is now. It's probably just going to freeze again. Black screen. Right, let's just do display capture. Hold on. Hold up. Fuck's sake. Okay, display capture. Now, how are we doing? OBS is just really finicky with game capture. Half the time it doesn't fucking work. Okay, we're good. Anyway, yeah, you really didn't need to see the screen to understand what I was just talking about. Hidden riddle difficulty that you can't select. You need to complete all three. And then whatever your next playthrough is, the game will automatically give you extra riddle mode. It'll hit you with a bit of a surprise. So yeah, maybe we'll go for extra riddle mode again in this playthrough, because I have a save ready here in the early game. Yeah, we'll switch over to that save when I get down to the forest. Right. So, do we want to play the opening, the introduction collage? The Theme of Laura intro, will we play it? If we play it from the main menu, we'll get all of the voice acting, which I don't really like. I think I prefer the non-VA'd version of it. So maybe I'll play it from here instead. Yeah, we have introduction collage, voice version. The voice version plays when the game recognizes you have a complete file. They don't want to spoil all of the voice lines if you haven't played it before. Let's just play the regular intro from here.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything. but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
Doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Sweet. Let's do it. Yeah, like some people were just talking about in the chat, I think this enhanced edition is really good overall, but these CG scenes, they look too crystal clear for me in this enhanced edition. It's like you can the models look so clean and so crystal clear that they feel more doll like than they normally do on PS2 at lower resolutions. It's like it's like it's too clean. But they still look nice. They just look a little bit off to me compared to if you were playing the original version at a lower res. No. Circle. I've normal Western controls now. When I was playing Silent Hill 4, it was the Japanese version, so circle was my confirm button. Let's see. Yeah, let's get into it. I like how in the enhanced edition we have the classic original title screen, just with the image of water in the background. I always liked that in the original. Cool to see they have that restored here. Water being one of the big symbols of Silent Hill 2, which we'll talk all about We're going to do a big, slow, lengthy, in-depth playthrough. We'll talk about all the details and what have you. Let's go for new game. Action level, I'll go for normal. I do not think Silent Hill 2 works very well on hard mode. It's one of the flaws of this game, I think. I don't think it's particularly well balanced with its action difficulty, like a lot of the classic Silent Hills. On hard, the final bosses are just a slog. They just turn into sponges. They don't become, you know, there's nothing that's more interesting about the bosses on the harder difficulties. Just makes them more tedious. It kind of ruins the Pyramid Head chase sequence in the hospital as well, because it's not just a chase. You have to turn back and shoot him, unless you're like speedrunner levels with your movement. So yeah, I always thought it kind of takes away from that sequence as well. Normal is the way to go for me. Doesn't matter which riddle level we'll go for. We'll switch to show off extra riddle, like I was just explaining. I think I've still only played extra riddle mode like 2 or 3 times in my life. Right, let's do it. That scene still looks really nice. It's mainly the...
Thanks.
I think it's mainly the brighter ones.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Half-cut Dev, thank you very much for the 17. Check our inventory. We start with 2 items in our inventory. The photograph, the letter. A photo from when she was still healthy. Lowlife, thank you for the 94. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. The music doesn't sound particularly quiet on my end. Sounds normal. We'll come back in here after the next scene and talk about all the bathroom details. If the volume is... I could turn the volume up if in general it is a bit too low. Let me know. Anyway, let the next scene play.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Oh man, this opening monologue never fails to hit me right in the fucking gut. Does she mean the park on the lake? The fucking quiet desperation. Absolute loss. All right, let's go back into the bathroom. Take a look at some of these details. This is my first time playing the OG since the remake, yeah. So we're on NG+, so we have our UFO item, our blue gem. Maybe I could use it somewhere. Yeah, just like Silent Hill 1. I think it has the same symbol on the gem as well, right? Yeah, so we begin in this bathroom, which the developers have described as the visual Bible for the game. The first area that they created to be like the example of the game's style and art direction, based off of the concept of simultaneous repulsion and attraction. Something that you're repulsed by, but also something that has an alluring quality about it all the same. And so much of this game focuses on that idea of decay. A beauty in the decay. On the wall here, we have references to the Book of Job, which you can barely make out. This text here on both sides of the wall, both are referencing the Book of Job. Kind of paraphrasing. I don't think it's exactly the same, and it's kind of hard to make out, but the hands that fashioned and made me, and now thou would turn around and destroy me. And over here, I am becoming something moth-eaten. This one you can barely make out. But yeah, it's a reference to moths becoming something that is moth-eaten. I think this is supposed to parallel James's story in some way. The Book of Job being about this man who had, you know, the good life, a family, kids. And I think in the story, it was Satan who came to God and said, hey, God, this guy who worships you, the only reason he does this is because, you know, he has everything so good. If you took all of this stuff away from him, he'd be cursing you. He wouldn't give a shit about you. So then I think God said, watch this. And he killed all of his children. I think Job had like 10 children. God killed all of those kids. I think he took his house away from him, like burned his house down or something. He was a farmer. He killed all of his animals and his crops. Though ironically, I think the only thing that he didn't take from Job was his wife. And of course, in Silent Hill 2, it's that is what was taken from James. And James, in this story, he kind of undergoes this trial. You know, his journey through Silent Hill is in many ways a trial, a test of his commitment to his wife. Does he really love his wife? Will he take this Maria demon in her place? If put to the test, you know, did he really love her? James had the kind of like Job, you know, he had a good life. He himself and Mary, they were in love. They were, you know, planning their whole future together. And then they were struck by this illness, which completely tore their relationship apart. Eventually, it drove James to murder. And now he's here in Silent Hill. This thing over here is supposed to be a representation of Lilith, which I would imagine is also supposed to parallel certain things in the story. Lilith, who's, you know, often characterized as a sort of succubus, but also kind of like a symbol of female autonomy that strikes back against the male oppressor. Feels pretty relevant to the story of Silent Hill 2 as well. The first image we see here, Maria on a poster, Maria on an advertisement, which I think is very fitting. You know, works kind of as a symbol as well. An advertisement for James. Another, a possible replacement. A surrogate for Mary. Salami, hey, Ghosty. Yeah, there's like random Hebrew and stuff written around the image of Lilith here. Looks like there's a letter drawn on the back wall here as well. Looks like there's a big load of text, but I think that one is just incomprehensible. But yeah, this picture of Lilith, it's taken from a real-life depiction of Lilith. This isn't the developer's own creation. This is like a note-for-note copy of other biblical depictions of Lilith. But a very, very crudely drawn version of her. Just incredible with the 10-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. But yeah, all of these details are in the remake as well. The exact same Book of Job Bible verses, the Lilith picture, the advertisement of Maria. Some of it is harder to see in the remake, though, because it's shrouded in darkness in the remake. You don't really get that same, like I was saying, you know, here it really feels like the game's visual Bible, an example of the game's art direction. where you get to see just all of the destruction and decay and filth and grime. In the remake, you don't really see all this stuff as much. You know, it's because it's so dark. Hobo coming in with the 10-pack as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
It is happening again.
Cheers, everyone.
It is happening again.
I had the alerts muted for that opening scene.
It is happening again.
Fits with the music here.
It is happening again.
All right, so some cool little details here as well. Just pay attention to the music here. Just these sounds on loop. But now listen as I approach the car. Very subtle. Almost sounds like someone trying to start their engine. And when I move away, it'll fade out. Kind of makes the car feel a little bit ominous. I love how James left the car here as well. You know, the door open. He's in a car park here, you know? He could have carefully parked, but his state of mind right now doesn't give a fuck. Just rolls up, leaves the car door open, walks into the bathroom. The game opens with him questioning his reality, it would seem. Looking into the mirror, holding his hand up to his face, letting out the big, tired sigh. We get a map of Silent Hill. So we start up here on the observation deck. As many people know, now it's become a bit more common knowledge. Mary's body is in the back seat of the car. It's never something that's made explicit in the original game. You can't even see into the back seat at all.
Thanks.
But that was the developer's intention, that Mary is in the back seat this whole time. And in the remake you can, because you know in the remake doesn't have fixed cameras like this, so you can actually move the camera around and get a little bit of a look into the back seat. And yeah, in the remake you can see a blanket covering something very, very vaguely in the back seat. They did a pretty good job in the remake not to make that too obvious for first-time players. You know, there's no way first-time players are really going to be making much of what they see in the back seat there at the start. But returning players, they'll notice, or, you know, big fans of the OG, obsessive fans of the OG, they'll pick up on stuff like that in the remake. So James, he starts to think, where could Mary be? Where could my dead wife be? She's here somewhere in Silent Hill. Mary said she's waiting in their special place. As James says, this whole town was their special place. Where could she mean? And his first thought is Rosewater Park at the lake. They spent the whole day there staring at the water. The main menu of the game shows us this image of water, kind of highlighting it as an important symbol in the game. Now our first objective is to get to the lake. Of course, this scene right here shows us this big JPEG of Toluca Lake in the background. Most of our map is comprised of this body of water, Toluca Lake. And James's first memory, the first thing that comes to mind is the days he spent at Rosewater Park with Mary, the two of them standing there staring at the water. You would think just, a romantic day out, thinking about their lives together, reflecting, looking into the water and reflecting, imagining their future. So that's our first objective. That's our first stop. Go to Rosewater Park. She might be there. So here we can see a couple of signs. Haleville National Park, 10 miles. Everything looks kind of normal until you get to Brahms. Brahms is supposed to be the next town over. But here the suggestion is that it's 265 miles away. Which doesn't really make much sense logically. But maybe this was intentionally put here as just a little detail to show that things are slightly off, or that maybe we're seeing things from a warped perspective. Much of what we see in this game is not real per se. Imaginings born from James's mind. So I think maybe this was put here intentionally, just as a little something to throw you off. It became a bit of a meme, this Brahms thing, because for the HD collection, they changed this to make it make more sense. And then when the Enhanced Edition devs made their Enhanced Edition, they actually kept that detail, and they didn't restore the original mileage. This is the original sign. This is the original sign restored here. Whether it was a flaw or not, whether it was an error by the developers, who knows? I quite like what Bluebird did with this in the remake. They just said fuck it, and they sprayed black dirt all over the Brahms section, and you can't even see what the miles are. I really like that little change. They added their own little version of the Brahms meme. Do I like the remaster? If you're referring to the HD collection, no. I think the HD collection is a travesty and one of the worst releases of a video game ever. If you're talking about the remake, the Bluebird remake, I think it's pretty good, yeah. Let's see here. Look up to Pete's Bowl-O-Rama from here. Anyway, we have a sign for Pete's Bowl-O-Rama there. Locate, there we go. A location that we'll be visiting later. Am I going to stream Silent Hill F early? Yes, Silent Hill F will be happening the day after tomorrow. We're going to do the first half of Silent Hill 2 today. We're going to do the second half tomorrow, and probably Born from a Wish tomorrow as well, the Maria side.
Thanks.
The Maria side story. And then the day after tomorrow, we'll be doing Silent Hill F, first playthrough. Dr. Killjoy, thank you. I have about an Arizona tea worth of support for one of the only streamers still appreciating non-AI generated backgrounds. All right, thanks. Cheers. A lot of people interpret this van as being Eddie's van. You know, in the opening montage for the game, we see Eddie next to a van with Laura. There's this implication that, you know, Laura traveled to Silent Hill with Eddie. People think he parked here as well to begin his journey into town. Bloober also kind of ran with that interpretation as well, because they, you know, in the Bloober remake, you can actually look into the van. You can see that there's like burger wrappers and cups, fast food stuff. And we know Eddie likes to eat. So just an extra little hint that it might be Eddie's van. Okay, we make our way into town. The same sound that plays when you go near the car, it also plays here. It's that subtle little engine revving sound or something that kind of sounds like that. Old Silent Hill, that's the part of town where Silent Hill 1 takes place. I like the shot that we get up here.
Thanks.
If we come up to the fence, like we're locked in. Gary with the 43, thank you. We can try and leave here. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. Yeah. This isn't a case of being stuck in the town and we have no way to leave. Kind of interesting to compare it to Silent Hill 1 in that way. You know, when you start to explore the first areas of town in Silent Hill 1, all the roads have been destroyed and there's no way to leave. Not that Harry wants to leave either. He's there to find someone too. He's there to find his daughter. But yeah, here, the road is right here. We could leave, but we're here on a mission. This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. In the remake, you don't get any comment like this from James. It's kind of a shame as well, because in the remake, if you try and go up this road, it just kind of feels like your typical modern video game not letting you explore the world. You know, James just goes, ugh, and then he turns around. And it's kind of weird. Yeah, he sounds kind of frustrated that you're you're getting him to walk up there. I wish they would bring back characters' thoughts like this for modern Silent Hill games. You know, getting to read their inner monologue instead of having them stupidly speak their thoughts out loud whenever you do get those moments. So the SH2 remake did pretty, you know, wasn't really a problem in that regard. I didn't really like his first reaction to the save point when he speaks the save point dialogue out loud. But Yeah, the remake was fine in that regard. You know, James wasn't always yapping out loud or anything. Those moments were few and far between. If we wait here for a few seconds, we might hear something. Something that I think you can only hear if you wait around at the start. Shh, shh. Shh. Shh, shh. There it is. There it is. The only reason I discovered this is because I was trying to fix some version of the game that I had years ago. Like just some old PC version, pre-enhanced edition that I was having loads of problems with. I was just standing here as James, constantly alt-tabbing and changing settings, and then I heard this, and it scared the shit out of me. Yeah, really well hidden little sound thing here. Really obscure little detail. And once you go past a certain point here, I don't think you can trigger it. I don't think you can just run to the end of this section and then wait around and still get it. And I don't think I've done too much experimenting in that regard. But yeah, I think you have to be near the top here. Okay. Isn't that the same sound effect that's playing down the road? No. No, that sound only plays once and never loops. Which ending are we going for? I'll probably go for Leave as my main ending. And maybe show a couple of other endings afterwards. UFO, Rebirth, and Dog, maybe. I like the Silent Hill 2 remake, Densei, yeah. Now another track starts to fade in here. Quite a difference between this sequence in the OG and in the remake. Heavy use of fixed cameras in the OG, looking through the trees. Whereas in the remake, of course, you have full control. I think they're both good in different ways. I really like in the presence of the trees is a really big thing in the remake version. Being able to look up and see these imposing trees is pretty effective. Here we get our first save point. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. So again, getting back to the whole water symbolism, staring at the water, reflecting, looking into yourself. The first save point in the game is stuck down a well in water, and the save point itself is literally supposed to be like a reflection, and a reflection in water too, maybe. Always wondered if that's what the image of trees is supposed to be. You know, like the landscape behind James inside the reflection of water. Maybe. Okay, I think we'll change. I think we'll reload. Yeah, let's load up the forest save I have here because I want to show extra riddle again. I think I've only ever shown it twice before on stream. Yeah. So the game begins with this descent down into town. And the whole game, I think, is supposed to be this kind of descent into the abyss. Again, which kind of ties in with the whole water theme. Diving deep down into the abyss. Into the abyss. Later on, we have the iconic moment where we descend down the long, long stairs in the Historical Society. The stairs where, if you look at the map, leads is facing the lake. Facing the water, so there it's almost like you're literally going to the bottom of the lake. Some of these moments I think are supposed to be kind of like a microcosm for the whole game. The deep descent. That we can see Angela here vaguely before the scene triggers. Staring at the grave, staring at the gravestone. Yeah, the fog is great here.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
James's eyes there.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, here we meet poor Angela. One thing I was really focusing on there was how much time they spend looking away from each other. Where they're talking but not really looking at each other. The moment where James just puts his hands on his head. So a lot of these moments with Angela can feel different when you know her full story on repeat playthroughs. Angela, a victim of sexual abuse at the hands of her father. Here she's looking very, very guarded, holding herself, comforting herself. And in many ways, James plays the role of a potential stand-in for her father throughout the game. This kind of danger, this possible danger. Later on, Angela compares James to her father, or, you know, being someone like him. I know about you. It's always the same. You only care about one thing. So yeah, some of these moments can hit a bit different when you know the full story. James approaching and, you know, approaching from behind, and Angela getting the sudden shock. The way she caresses the gravestone when she's talking about the father and the brother. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either, as she caresses the grave, hinting that the father and the brother are dead. They're already dead. So after being abused for so long, Angela eventually strikes back, kills her father and her brother. Although, again, the brother is something that is never made really explicit in the game. The game mainly talks about the father. And she's here in Silent Hill now looking for her mother. And she believes if she can kill her mother, she can finally rest. She's after the whole family now.
is it?
Oh, nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess. What is it?
Oh, nothing.
There should be another interaction.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
Fog looks really nice there. Yeah, welcome to the characters of Silent Hill 2. They're not exactly jumping for joy or... Yeah. They're not bursting with enthusiasm. Hold on 1 second. Sorry if I'm missing any questions or anything in the chat. Hey! Oh my god, just incredible! With the $100. Jesus. Happy Lurker, appreciate all your playthroughs. Hey! My pleasure. My god. The big generosity, the big 100. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We have the little church here. Nice, some of the details they added here in the remake. You can hear like a gust of wind inside the chapel coming through the cracks of the door. Lots of neat little environmental sounds that they added here. Okay, let's continue our walk into town. Yeah, we'll be picking up that chainsaw soon. Ooh. And that camera back around. They did a really great job on this second half of the stroll into town in the remake. All of the new little additions. So much detail in the environment. The field with the scarecrow and, you know, the shed with the logs. The new little garage area. Yeah, lots of great new little additions without overdoing it as well. Like just really nice, subtle sounds, and I love that. I love that little garage area where you stop to get the key to open the door. A bit of Yamaoka synth that comes in there. Really nice. Really like what they did with it. What playthrough am I going to play after this? Silent Hill F. That's the next Silent Hill game after this. Our first playthrough of the brand new Silent Hill coming out soon. We're going to go through the first half of Silent Hill 2 today. And then tomorrow we'll finish this off, do Born from a Wish. It unlocks early. Yep. And it unlocks even earlier if you fly to New Zealand. Because New Zealand is in the future. They get to play it even earlier. Here's Johnny. Posters from The Shining here. Which you can barely make out. I love how completely destroyed the posters are. Like, these ones, not even readable. This one, there's a bit of his face. Tiny, tiny bit of Jack Nicholson's face. Only this one here where you can really see it. And even then, the yellow posters are also posters for The Shining. You know, Nicholson with his head through the door. That's the iconic image cover. The yellow poster, I think, was for the original theatrical release. You know, when it was out in theaters. I think this yellow poster was one of the posters that they used to advertise the film being out in the cinema. There's another nice thing about the remake here as well, being able to look down, seeing all the bits of garbage and stuff strewn about. Okay, we're almost in. Cheers again, just incredible. The big 100, Gary, everyone, thank you. Apparently this whole sequence was, there was a lot of debate over this when they were developing the game. You know, over whether it was just too much, too slow. You know, where it's just this long, long walk for so long. But in the end, they decided, you know, they wanted to have this kind of pace. It's one thing where this game really excels, I think. The pacing in this game is so, so good. Like the breaks between the major dungeons and what have you. First we get the slow descent, the walk into town. We meet a character. We get to slowly explore the town for a bit, get our key, and then we have the first main dungeon. And then after that, you get a really nice little break with Rosewater Park, meeting another character. Little interlude, you know, going to the bowling alley, Heaven's Night, getting to chill for a bit before your next main area. The big stairs descent, the boat rowing section, another really nice moment of quiet before the hotel. I feel like no main area really like outstays its welcome either. And none of the areas feel like particularly rushed or undercooked, overcooked. The remake can feel a bit bloated I think. At times. But still hard to really fault it when it is overdoing it, you know, because it's still... I still admire just how far they went when it came to remaking the areas, expanding on the areas. Got a first aid kit here. I really like how Bloober expanded on this town sequence. You know, being able to explore more of the town. In the original game, the buildings can feel kind of like stage props. You know, where they're there in the background. They don't really look interactable at all. There's some neat little details and stuff to look at. But, you know, they... In the remake, it really feels... The buildings really feel like a living part of the world. Less like background props. I really liked the little flower shop sequence, how you were able to explore this. I felt like they tied that into the themes of the game nicely as well. The withering flowers. The note that you read here. Flowers, celebrating 70 years. Celebrating the memories. Good memories. But yeah, even in this original game, that sign used to always make me think of, you know, this idea of memories, celebrating all this time together. Made me wonder if it was supposed to be a little, you know, so much of Silent Hill 2 is about memories, lost memories. The town, the more we learn about the town, it's kind of described as this shrine of lost memories, lost history. So with that little shop in particular, I thought it felt fitting to go in there in the remake. By 70 though? Oh, I'm not being literal about it, Web Talks. I'm not saying it's supposed to be like literally talking about James and Mary. I just mean in a broader thematic sense. You know, it's celebrating the good times, celebrating the memories. The history. Are these marks blood? That shadow just now. But yeah, there's a good chance that the developers weren't even thinking about themes or symbolism at all when they put that shop notice there. But it always just made me think, just as being like the first image that you see, the first shop sign that you see after coming into town. It's the first shop that's there right in front of you too. But yeah, and then that kind of becomes a recurring thing in the remake of Silent Hill 2. The idea of flowers and withering flowers. You get more stuff related. You know, it's kind of a recurring thing throughout the remake, which I think fits as well. There is this association between that kind of imagery and James's idealized memory. You know, where Mary is associated with beauty and music and flowers and all of this kind of classically feminine type imagery. You get to the hotel and there's like all these beautiful flowers outside. You know, in James's memory, Mary is this perfectly divine thing, which contrasts with what she was like when she was sick, this decaying monster he began to see her as. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The blankers of land surround blank. Blank's monument was originally swamp but was later full blank. For blanking ago to blanks nicknamed blood swamp because the blankers poured the wart blanks to wash the ex-blankles in here. Perhaps it's for blankhat, many pablankum, to have sablank blanken the area. I see. So what we have here is kind of an early allusion to Pyramid Head, in a way. Because this is all mysterious history relating to the old executioners
Thanks.
that worked for the religion that inhabited the town all the way back in ancient history. This is supposed to be Blood Swamp, remains of Blood Swamp. This, I think, says the meters, the something meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the executioners nicknamed... Wait, no. From long ago, I think the settlers nicknamed Blood Swamp. Nicknamed Blood Swamp. They nicknamed this place Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. That's what that says, roughly. Perhaps it's for this reason that people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. That's what this says. People have extracted the game files to figure out what these missing words say. In the files, you can actually see what's written here. You could kind of make out some of it without needing the files. Yeah, and Pyramid Head is a representation of these old executioners. Again, this whole idea of water as well, pouring the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for that reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. But this, that had cursed the place. Began to be nicknamed Blood Swamp. As they washed their tools here. And it seems the suggestion is that a curse built up all of this murder, all of this killing. Do you think Pyramid Head takes on the appearance he does because of James's memories of the executioners of Silent Hill's history when he visited before, or is this appearance what the other world itself took on without that influence? I think this is something that Ito has expanded on Twitter. I believe he said that it relates to the picture in the Historical Society. You know, when we get to the Historical Society, we see that big picture of Pyramid Head on the wall, Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. I think that's where James learned about the executioners. You know, he spent time here as a tourist with Mary. And I think the idea is that they went to the Historical Society and saw these pictures. The real picture showing an image of the old executioners, a painting of the old executioners. that stayed in James's memory. And yeah. And then the monster that he meets in town was born from that memory of the real executioner. A monster based on that real image that was in his head. I think that is the intention. So when we see that picture in the Historical Society, Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment, we're seeing a warped version of it. It's now being reshaped, and it has James's pyramid head imprinted on it. Whereas in reality, that picture would look to someone, if someone else saw that picture, they'd be seeing maybe a more accurate representation of what the executioners looked like. And then when you go down into the Historical Society, into the prison area, one of the first things you see in one of the rooms is a photograph of the real executioners. You know, just with normal looking white hoods over their heads. Or red hoods. You know, just like triangle shaped hoods. Almost KKK looking guys. You know, and that's where the triangle, that's where the shape of the helmet comes from, because it's reminiscent of the executioner's triangular hoods. Yeah. There's been a cave-in on the road. I can't go any further this way. I can't make it to the park this way. I'll have to find another way. But yeah, this is James's monster because James desires to be punished. He wants to be punished for his sins for killing Mary. And Pyramid Head takes on the form of an executioner. And I like to think that the situation with Maria is similar. That Maria is taking on the form of something that did exist in the town. And I like to use Silent Hill 3 to back up that theory. You know, when you go into Heaven's Night in Silent Hill 3, if you have a Silent Hill 2 save, you'll see a poster for Lady Maria, the return of Lady Maria in Heaven's Night. But the picture of Maria on the poster looks completely different to the version of Maria that we have in Silent Hill 2. So I think, again, maybe it's the town taking things that did actually exist and reshaping them. Pyramid Head taking the form of an old executioner that inhabited the town. Maria taking the form of a real stripper that did work at Heaven's Night. Yeah, maybe that isn't the idea, but I kind of like it as a theory. Health drink. Health drink. No way, Maria stripper? Is that idea ludicrous to you? She owns a key to the strip club. Maria is synonymous with the strip club in this. As a matter of fact, she was born in the strip club, I would say. At least the monster Maria. James's Maria. I think that's where her life began. Because if you play the side scenario, Born from a Wish, it begins with her waking up inside Heaven's Night. And I like to think that that is literally the moment of her conception. She wakes up in Heaven's Night, and that's where her life begins. Born from James's mind. Fuck, I fucked up my starting extra riddle save. That's okay. Next time I want to do extra, we'll just load from here when I get to this point. I'll make sure to save on another file for my next save. Okay, let's keep walking. Girls, girls, girls. Open. It looks like here we might have another ad for a strip club. Maybe. I think that's what it says there. Girls, 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 and an image of a woman lying down on her side. No, I don't think you can see the name of the club or anything. Maybe the name of the club is Girls, Girls, Girls. Or maybe it's an ad for Heaven's Night. I don't know of any other strip clubs nearby. Here's our first monster. Yeah!
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
What the hell is it? We have a body right next to him here. Dead. Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town?
Oh yeah. This thing broken?
Waiting for you.
What the? I better take it anyway. I might need it.
So if you're paying attention there, you can make out a few things that she's saying. The subtitles help you as well. In one line, she's saying, waiting for you, like at the end of the letter. And after that, she even says, why did you kill me? And you can see a surprising amount of it in the subtitles. Once you hear it, it sounds quite clear, but no one picks up on it when they first play. Oh, we can go back in here as well, huh? Whoop. I thought that was my alert again. I was waiting for James to scream. But yeah, they included that in the remake as well. It's not as clear in the remake. It's even harder to discern what Mary is saying there in the remake. But it's still there, very vaguely. Okay. In the earliest Italian version of the remake, the subtitles clearly spelled, "Why did you kill me?" People who tried the demo at events had to contact Konami to fix it. That's hilarious. Just the Italian version, the Italian subtitles. That's good. Okay. Now we get to explore the town a bit. Before going up there, this tape covers the street. When you come back, it's torn, and it allows you past, because there's no way we were stepping over this tape. James doesn't break the rules. He follows the law. So now we'll take a look around town for a bit. Health drink. Why did you spoil me? You're not spooking me. Happy Burger. Another place you can explore in Remake. Got a first aid. I wonder, are some of these posters the same in the remake with the same prices? Oh, Jesus. Did I also get the... No, I didn't, Electric Bob. I don't have any contacts in Konami. They wouldn't know where to send a special item. I should maybe try and get some contacts or something, though. You know, I'm a pretty big fucking deal, obviously. So, you know, I should be trying to get some of these promotional items and special gifts. Hey, the hyper spray. Suspicious spray can. Its effects are unknown. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. Now we get sent to Neely's bar. Do you want to give up privacy? Well, you know, I could probably still keep my privacy to some extent, right? I wouldn't have to get it sent to my address. Yeah, I could set up an external PO box or whatever. Maybe one of these days I'll do that. Yeah, so you guys can send me stuff as well. I've been meaning to do it for like 10 years. Gozo's Sushi. Chiropractic and Sports Injury Center. Oh, yeah, this is reminding me of the remake. This is set up. It has the same kind of triangular entrance here. I think this is where you find one of the pictures, one of the Polaroids in the remake. Smash the window here. Or maybe it was this one. Same shop anyway, I think. Silent Hill Fresh Meats. Pollos rostizados.
He's packing.
Hey, Anonymous with the 5-pack. Thank you. Cheers. Much appreciated. Okay, we're outside Neely's. Neely Street as well. Thank you so much, Anonymous. And now we get the iconic. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Hole written in caps. Everything else written normally. Which makes me think of the previous note that sent us here. I'll wait at bar. Neely's. Bar written in caps. And the only interpretation I have for this is that this place, the bar, literally is the hole. Later on, we find that James started drinking heavily to cope with the loss of Mary. I think maybe that's what this is getting at. You know, that there's no... That solution is gone. That hole is gone. There was a hole here. It's gone now. I also like to think that he was probably drinking heavily while Mary was sick as well. You know, because Mary only died a few days ago. Later on, James says, you know, in his mind, it was 3 years ago. But in reality, it was that Mary was sick for 3 years, 3 long years. There is still a meaning behind the 3 years. But yeah, she didn't die 3 years ago. She was sick for 3 years. And those were 3 long years that James had to endure. So when you get that message later, you know, it's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit to cope with the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never solves anything. You know, was he really just drinking after Mary died? And that was it? Like he's just been drinking for the last few days? Now, it's probably referring to all of his drinking while she was sick. And that's when he was really coping with the pain and the loneliness. Because in a way, you know, his old Mary was gone. But yeah, maybe that isn't what it's referring to here at all. Maybe it's not talking about James's drinking. Yeah, and you have to think of holes later in the game. You know, holes are a recurring thing in Silent Hill 2 in general. Maybe it's supposed to tie in with that and just this... all of the holes we go jumping down later. In the abyss. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Later when we come back here, there'll be another new message. Written on this wall. So we'll come back here later to see that. What's that symbol at the end of Martin Street? Damn, look how grimy this map is. Beautiful. I wish my map was that grimy. I copied it onto my own map. I feel James for this. My mother was taking care of her husband that was bound to the bed with dementia for 2 long years. Almost broke her too. That situation is a really hard change. Yeah, it's yeah, man, it's a lot of people can relate to the story of this game. It's some real shit. The way this game deals with themes of love and commitment and sickness and illness and the strain that can have on a relationship where someone's love is tested and they grow to secretly hate the person that they've loved all their life. It's common when it comes to dealing with sick family members, sick loved ones. And yeah, where people can grow to hate in some way hate the people that they love and wish for their death. And then there's all sorts of guilt and shame with feeling that way, even though it's very common. Or, you know, where you still love the person, but at the same time, they can ruin your life. Yeah, like I was talking about earlier, I really like how they characterize Mary. You know, you have the memory of Mary, where she's like idealized. I think she's almost supposed to be a kind of god in this game as well, maybe mirroring the previous Silent Hill games in that way, or, you know, the other Silent Hill games where they often have these mother god / demon figures. You know, there's this kind of divine memory of Mary, and then which then contrasts with the sick, monstrous Mary. You know, because that James was scared of Mary as if she was a monster when she got sick, especially towards the end. You know, you get the sense that he feared going to visit her. Such a great scene, that flashback scene in the corridor at the end of the game, where James comes to bring her flowers. Like, just how timid he sounds in his voice. Like, he sounds fearful in a way. I came to bring you some flowers. You know, it's like he's anxious. You know, and Mary cursing at him, swearing at him, telling him to get out. She becomes so nihilistic at the end as well. You know, like the doctors, they just want to keep me here, keep me pumped full of drugs. They just want to make money off me. You know, and then she's screaming at James 1 minute, the next minute crying, telling him to come back, that I'm sorry. And, you know, it really feels emblematic of what James was going through on on a frequent basis. You would imagine that was like the recurring pattern that he was going through with Mary. With the whole religious symbolism, it's interesting how the final monster version of Mary has that, what do you call a nun's scarf thing that they wear on their heads? I can't remember the name of them, but you know, it looks like the final monster version of Mary has, she looks kind of like a nun. She has that headpiece on like a nun. A habit? Is that what it's called? A habit? Whoa. But yeah, even though Mary wasn't this perfect being, I think in some part of James's mind, he has her kind of elevated to the status of a god in his mind, in his memory. Though, of course, the final boss is really Maria, not Mary, but, you know, taking on the role of a bedridden Mary in the bed frame. How far are we into the playthrough? Pretty early on. Pretty early on, just exploring the town. Let me just catch up with the chat here. Okay. There's a memo pad on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away. So, I really like these notes here, the way they blend gameplay tutorials with interesting bits of world building and hints towards things in the story, the nature of this world that we're in. Introducing the idea that the monsters may be illusory in some way. This guy seeing the monsters, but his friend not seeing anything. This guy seeing monsters that were eating people. Whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up. One thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. Here they hint towards the light mechanic and how that works. If you have your flashlight turned off, the monsters won't be attracted to you. They're attracted to light. So it can be a good idea to turn your light off if you want to run carefully past enemies. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. Probably read into that line a bit as well. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all of the random bodies you see are James's model. Except with mutilated faces. You can't make out the facial features. I think they're supposed to be born from James's mind. Martin Street. We need to go up to Martin Street to get our key. Okay there. Oh, did he loop back around? Wow, I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. You can see this model quite clearly here. The jeans, the shoes. Okay. Woodside Apartments. Old looking key that I found in town. Okay. Okay, we're done with our town exploration. Actually, we're not. We want to look at one more thing before going into the apartments. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. This guy. Stop with that racket. These fucking creepy crawlies and their unicycles. Yeah, we can't go through here yet. Garbage. No use for that. We'll be coming back there later. Okay. Time for the Woodside Apartments. Woodside Apartments, first floor. Map of the apartment building. Love this area. There's a real simplicity to it, but there's lots of really nice specific detail in the rooms. It's the atmosphere of the place. Guess we get a lot of cool scenes here as well. Several scenes where we meet Angela again. Eddie, our introduction to Eddie. Pyramid Head. Reminiscent of Midwich, where you step in through the door and it's silence for the first time in the game, just pure silence. These thin hallways. So claustrophobic. Sometimes I forget to come down here early in the apartment section. It's worth coming down here because there's some interesting changes that take place in this room. You come down here straight away, you'll see that this chair is empty. Later, there will be someone sitting in this chair, but if you come down here straight away, it's a little bit emptier than it is later. Also worth taking note of where the chair is positioned in the room. Remember where this chair is positioned. Next to the table there. And also nothing on the floor. No interesting marks on the floor or anything. We have a diary there, but we can't read it yet because we don't have a light. Can we interact with anything here? Oh, nothing. We need the light. A large clock. It's too dark to see it well. Great shot here. Intimidating. We get a flashlight. Just a mannequin. With these clothes. Which you might remember if you were paying close attention to Mary's picture. Mary's clothes. Always loved the way this room looks. The way everything is laid out. Classic Team Silent right here with their art exhibition type feel for the areas. Art installation. The way everything is framed and placed so specifically. Love how you only get that fixed camera when you first walk into the room. You know, it changes after you pick up the light. When you walk in and the camera's just positioned right behind Mary like James is being judged or something. Like you're looking from the mannequin's perspective. A sewing machine. There's nothing special about it. On NG Plus, you can get a different note here that gives you hints for how to find alternate endings. Which they also include in the remake, but in a different area. If you get the leave ending, you'll find a note that either gives you a hints for how to get Maria or in water. The wallpaper here as well, very specific. Only ever see this wallpaper in this one room. but it kind of fits with the image of Mary. The very feminine look, the dress, the birds, life and beauty. There's things like this that I was worried about when it came to the remake. Like Bloober not giving the right attention to the environments, the specific attention to detail when it came to the environments, but they really nailed a lot of this stuff. Even right down to this specific wallpaper in the same room. Except they also put their own spin on it too. And then they went on to expand on the idea of birds as a symbol as well. Birds become a recurring thing in the Silent Hill 2 remake. There's even a puzzle where James symbolizes one bird and Mary symbolizes another bird. Things like that I thought were cool to see, because like for so many years I used to theorize about these birds as potentially symbolizing lovebirds or something, James and Mary. The remake can kind of feel like a fan tribute in many ways. You know, you kind of see them take fan theories and things like that, expand on them. We'll see some similar, they do some similar stuff with Angela as well. I don't really have too many thoughts on the loop theory thing, Bob. Again, that was another thing that was a fan theory. So, yeah, for me, I don't really see it as a suggestion so much that it is literally a time loop. More that it's just a kind of a little nod and an expansion on fan theories that had existed in the past. Yeah, I think I prefer to think of it more as like a little meta touch rather than something that's like trying to say that it is literally a time loop. Oh shit, the ambulance ending. Remind me what that was, Nico. Now I can't even remember. It's been so long. The Silent Hill 1 ambulance ending. God, that brings back some memories. What was that about? Yeah, I think it's fairly easy to poke holes in it all the same as well, though, Bob. You know, like Laura. Because in that way, if it is all a time loop type thing, none of the other characters could really be real, right? Angela and Eddie and Laura, they're all supposed to be their own real people. They're not figments of James's imagination. I think the Bloober developers also kind of pushed back against the idea of it being, of that being like a canonical reading of the game. I remember one person posted on Twitter, like, the time loop theory is real. I can't fucking believe it. This is terrible. And the director of the game responded, is it though? Like, is it really true? But yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about all that stuff as a whole. You know, I need to go back and replay the remake a few more times. But yeah, I think a lot of things just don't really work if you're taking it literally. Okay. Where are we going? One way you could have made a version of Silent Hill 2 that had like a more set in stone loop theory would be to make a sequel to the Maria ending. Right? The Maria ending kind of hints that maybe all of this could happen again. James leaves the town with the replacement for his wife, and she's starting to get sick again. The final line being almost a comedic, like a really darkly comedic line where James says, "We better do something about that cough." You know, like, oh boy, here we go again. As if to say. Right? Maria is getting sick. The cycle continues. The one in the original game is still kind of comedic to me, Calamero. He delivers the line more seriously, but it still kind of feels like almost a dark comedy, that ending. You know, better do something about that cough. Just the way that's written, like... There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arm out, I just might be able to reach it. Will you pick it up?
Ow!
Ha ha.
Hey, wait! Damn it.
You little shit. We see a great example of the new high-tech PS2 real-time shadows here. This was next-gen gaming back in 2001. Classic breathing hallway here. This became more of a recurring thing in the remake. They focused a lot more on this breathing as a audio motif, and Mary's gasping breath, which pops up, her dying breath which you hear at key points throughout the game. The shadows don't look like that on PS2. I mean, it's more or less the same effect, isn't it, on PS2? I thought they even altered this enhanced edition to make those shadows look even more like they do on PS2. The original PC version of some of these shadow effects really don't look that great. I think on the enhanced edition they tried to make it so it matches the PS2 version as close as possible. On Xbox, they do. Xbox had volumetric shadows, whereas PS2 had shadows pieced together by vertices, so it was more angly. Okay, okay. The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. We get a handgun. Yeah, some classic bad humans there, right, Pew? I appreciate the correction. Always feel free to correct me if I say something incorrect. It's a shopping cart. Loves just the detail here, man. An absolute mess, the state of this place. The casings on the ground and everything. Each room really has its own identity. Another room in the art gallery. I say mature things all the time, Q. I feel like I have a really nice balance between maturity and immaturity. I can't reach it. I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? Always just loved how the graffiti looks here as well. There's such a sense of realism. Like, that looks like a real wall with real graffiti. All the dirt and cracks in the wall. The moisture. Looks so good. Yeah, I think what we're seeing is like a combination of like stuff that's rendered in engine combined with pre-rendered backgrounds. It's like a mesh where you have pre-rendered stuff inserted onto the model. It's like kind of half and half. Yeah, I'm not really sure how they did it. The effect is great though. It doesn't really look it doesn't really have, it doesn't really look pre-rendered. Yeah, I need to watch that making of DVD again. It's been a long time. When we come back now, after taking the gun, might not notice at first, but all the monsters that were here are gone. All of those lying figures patrolling the corridors, they're gone. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here? Here he is. Love how he has this red glow. It's the only time we ever see him with this red glow. Like there's a light being cast on him. You see it much more clearly when you have your own light turned off. I think as well, this is an effect that can look quite different depending on the version that you're playing on. Like, I'm not sure if the red glow is supposed to be gone completely when you have your light fixated on him. I think the glow is supposed to be there even with the light on. I can't remember how it is in the original version, but I think on PS2... you can see the red even with the light on. And I think what we're seeing here is actually a kind of janky version of it. So I could be mistaken. Maybe the glow was just like this in the original version. I can't remember. Nub Zombie did a camera hack and saw that there's an exit sign that's lighting him up. Really? Where is the exit sign? Oh, under the floor or something? Out of bounds? Well, yeah, great introduction here to Pyramid Head. Iconic. And now that we're back, after getting the gun, a mysterious person has appeared in the chair. James doesn't give a fuck. He's just fixated on that key over there. Key to room 202. Yeah, just such great visuals, man. The mood of this, the colors, the wallpaper. But yeah, remember how I pointed out how the chair was back here before and empty? Now it's been pulled up close to the TV, but it almost looks like something was dragged from where the chair was initially. Like some corpse underneath the chair or something. I always love this little detail with the blood stain. This idea that something happened here that we didn't see.
Oh my God. Who could have?
He's dead. Who could have done this? Oh my God! Who could have? Oh. I think this man has been murdered. Who would do such a thing? Oh. I just cannot believe what has happened here. I just can't believe someone could be sick enough to do such a thing. Oh my God. This is way beneath me. I am a good man. I would never do anything like this. This is something that contributes to the in-water ending, right? This is one of the scenes that you're likely to trigger on a first playthrough that contributes to the in-water ending. I think, at least. Someone pull up the articles. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. God, it's annoying now when you Google stuff. You have to... You always get shit for the remake as well. Nico, thank you. In water ending. I always forget. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to affect the in-water ending. Yeah, for some reason I used to think that this affected the in-water ending. I used to think that the first message in Neely's bar also affected it as well. But yeah, given how ambiguous the whole ending system is, you had a lot of rumors and misinformation about what actually affected the endings. Yeah, no, this one does not affect in water. I guess I always thought it would be kind of fitting if it did, you know, because James is... Again, this is another image born from James's mind. This is James sitting in the chair with his brains blown out. What's cool about this as well is that when we watch the videotape at the end of the game and James learns that he killed Mary, he falls back into the chair and lands in this exact same position. One of the coolest little details in that scene. When he collapses back into the chair, there's a shot of him lying just like this with his head down, just in total despair. He's dead. Who could have done this? I think it's interesting as well that it's picking up the gun that triggers this sequence. And I guess you could say it triggers Pyramid Head to appear as well. And I guess James here looks like he could have blown his brains out. In the remake, it feels like there's an even more direct correlation between the act of picking up the gun and the body appearing in the chair, because the rooms are much closer to each other. You pass through into that room with the gun, and then you come back and the body is there. It's like the areas feel like they're more in parallel. They did a good job with this area too in the remake. I really liked the visuals. What's this? Henry Mildred Scott. Hours, minutes, seconds. This is not an extra riddle, no. When we get to the coin puzzle, that's when you'll get your extra riddle. This one is always the same, no matter what the difficulty. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Will you push the clock? No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. Okay. So we're going to need to find a key to open up that clock so we can alter the time. This note. It must be from the person who lived here. Actually, maybe this does change on extra riddle. The writing here. I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. We'll solve this when we come back. I don't think I've played any of the Alone in the Dark games. Yeah, maybe I should give that series a try. Love this detail. The moths drawn to the light. They're not going to go back? Or they'll just stay there where they are? But they won't follow me anymore? Yeah. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. Although you can see this picture of a moth drawn on the wall here as well. A few different moths. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? And we get the clock key. On PS2, I think you get a controller vibration there, don't you? When James has the little shock and pulls his hand back. I think if you're on PS2, you can kind of feel what he's feeling there with a controller vibration, which is like a really nice little subtle use of the controller vibration. I forgot we could look again here. There's nothing in the hole anymore. So moths and butterflies are a bit of a symbol in this game. We have the Book of Job text in the bathroom at the very beginning, with the text talking about I'm decaying here like some moth-eaten garment. Later on, we'll see Maria, who has the tattoo of a butterfly on her chest. I think it's supposed to be, you know, symbolic of rebirth and beauty, life, this fresh new Mary. Whereas Mary herself in her decaying state symbolizes a moth. Decaying, sick Mary is supposed to be more synonymous with the moth. The final boss as well, which is supposed to take on the state of bedridden Mary and that big moth attack that she has. At least I think those are supposed to be moths. They sound like bats. I think they are supposed to be moths. Okay. Dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest. Colors look great here. I quite liked some of the details in this room in the remake as well. They did a good job with it. They saved it for the Otherworld version of the apartments. Or, you know, the Blue Creek apartments, which they kind of turned into an Otherworld sequence. You had those parts of the wall that literally looked moth-eaten. With all of the holes and tears in it. The whole moth-eaten thing really makes me think of Mary's physical appearance as well at the end. You know, how the disease, whatever the disease was, really seemed to do a number on her skin. You know, her face was a mess. You know, where she almost looked moth-eaten herself. Okay, back to the clock. clock is stopped at 4:24 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It's locked. I can't touch the needle of the clock like this. Clock key. There's a small clock at the end of the key. It was in a hole in the wall in room 202. So we can't move the second hand. We can only move the minute and the hour. And the arrows here pretty much tell you. You don't even really need to read the note here to figure it out. The hour looks like it's at 9, maybe 10. The minute hand 2, 1, 2. Three needles stand of 3 different heights: the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. Scott being the second hand. Henry Mildred Scott, hours, minutes, seconds. It's always the same solution. Because this is the same solution regardless of the difficulty, it led people to believe that maybe there was a significance to this time, that it related to James's history with Mary, the moment of Mary's death, perhaps. It's always 10 past 9 and 15 seconds. The puzzle never changes. And then the text on the side: the scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. It's another thing that the remake made into more of a recurring thing, where 10 past 9 pops up repeatedly throughout the game. All the clocks are stuck at 10 past 9. I still find this text to be a bit ambiguous. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. The killing of Mary will allow time to flow again, in some symbolic sense. Metaphorical sense. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Also just wondering if it's supposed to tie into the room that we go to get the key. You know, we get the clock key, which allows us to alter time here, like literally as a part of the puzzle. I'm still not sure what to make of this text, really. In relation to the story. Yeah, I guess, like, confronting the scars from the past will allow, if you interpret it that way, if it's... Yeah, if you face the scars from the past. If right now time has frozen for James. Right now in James's mind, the scars aren't there. The scars are being blocked out. Very, very empty room here. Apart from this tray here, which really makes me think of like a hospital tray. Someone being brought their meal, like an old person's, like someone in an old person's home or in a hospital. Right, defect. Yeah, you could probably tie the moth room into the symbolism there as well. You know, where he's kind of, it feels like in the moth room he's getting close to Mary's death. You know, surrounded by all these dead butterflies, the moths. Which feels symbolic of Mary. And that's where he gets the key that allows him to move on. Nothing sexual. So this is what we were talking about the other day. The controversy surrounding this scene. Yeah, I don't think Masahiro Ito ever said that there was nothing sexual about this scene. Just that he wasn't literally fucking the mannequins. That there is a sexual suggestion to the scene, but it's not literal. Great scene though, just the sudden shock of it. Just another random room that you walk into and bang. What the fuck am I looking at here? The fact that they reference Blue Velvet also feels like it ties into the sexual suggestion. You know, it's they're referencing an iconic scene from Blue Velvet here, where the main character hides in a closet while he watches a sick sadomasochistic act be performed in front of him. In Blue Velvet, the character he's watching symbolizes his shadow self as well. It's like it's very in line with, it fits really well with this game. You know, where in some ways Pyramid Head feels like a mirror to James. But yeah, Ito has said that in some sense Pyramid Head is helping James here. That he's getting rid of the monsters. Which they lean even more, which they lean into even more in the remake. You know, before you have your first encounter with Pyramid Head, you see dead lying figures strewn all around the place, which you haven't killed. The idea is that Pyramid Head has been cleaning them out for you. He's trying to uncloud your mind. I think that's part of why we don't see any lying figures in the hallway earlier as well. You know, when we first, in this original game, when we first see Pyramid Head behind the bars, after grabbing the gun, there's no enemies nearby at all. Just Pyramid Head by himself. All the lying figures that were there before are now gone. And in the remake, it feels like they kind of expand on that by having the lying figures just strewn about, dead. As if Pyramid Head has disposed of them. But the scene later is even more suggestive. You know, when we get to the boss fight with him and he has the lying figure bent over and you're hearing like really explicit orgasm sounds. That one feels even more suggestive. So weird, his movements there as well, when he's holding the mannequin up and then it just kind of looks like the mannequin is floating in the air while he's doing these weird animations. Like, it looks kind of glitchy. And they did their own thing with that in the remake as well. I definitely prefer this version over the remake's version. In the remake's version, you don't really have the sexually suggestive stuff at all. He's just there in the background of the kitchen, and you can't really see what he's doing in there, but he's doing something in the kitchen. But yeah, the sexual element just makes it a bit more interesting and ambiguous, I think. Dark Souls 1 moans always remind you of that scene, yeah? Yeah, I remember thinking the remake's version of this scene, it's almost the opposite to the way it is here. In the original, it's this sudden shock. You walk through the door, what the fuck am I looking at? It's this, it's very aggressive and immediate. In the remake, it's a slow build. You know, you're just slowly exploring the room first. You pick up something, and then James hears something. Pyramid Head is in the kitchen. What's he doing? You can't really see what he's doing, and then it just kind of slowly escalates. I definitely prefer the sudden shock of it in the original. And the more ambiguous, and these sexual elements. This makes it a bit more interesting, I think. Right, Scar Alien, which is what he does in the original as well, except it's a bit more obscured in the original. The scene is so dark, and it's kind of hard to see what you're even looking at when he's moving his arms around. But in that scene just there, he also has those really glitchy kind of arm movements. And the way the mannequins are moving around too looks unreal. It's like he's holding on to their legs, but he's not. You know, their legs are moving around as if he's holding on to them, but he's not. Both of their limbs are just moving around in this weird, glitchy way. You don't really know what you're looking at. Yeah, I think I still liked the scene in the remake. But yeah, I do prefer the OG. We got some juice. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. Okay, now we stick this down the garbage. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. Well, why don't we throw this canned juice down? Now it's not stuck. It looks like the garbage stuck in the trash chute has fallen through. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. I got a coin. Old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy LaCane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said, "He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me." The schoolmate then added, "I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy." Love the way that ends there. So, of course, this ties into Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 is all about this Walter Sullivan character. But when this game was being written, this was not being written with the intent of with the intent to foreshadow Silent Hill 4. This was written specifically for Silent Hill 2. So I think we're also supposed to be able to look at this purely within the context of Silent Hill 2, where I think Walter is supposed to be a kind of parallel to James. The story of a guy who seems to be normal, but loses it. The thin line between sanity and insanity, or how a normal person could be driven to commit heinous acts. James is just your average guy who, under certain circumstances, was driven to murder. He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. This line is key, I think. You know, I feel like it really applies to James, who's really just supposed to be the everyman, the normal guy. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. Again, taking the context of Silent Hill 4 into account, the red devil becomes a different character. Here, I think it probably is supposed to be alluding to Pyramid Head. If we're just applying this to James's story. In Silent Hill 4, it becomes something else. I think the Red Devil, in the context of Silent Hill 4, is one of the cult members. That Walter knew growing up. But yeah, if you look at this as Pyramid Head, kind of feels like maybe characterizing Pyramid Head as James's mirror or shadow self, the dark part of him, the dark side of him. I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kinda crazy. Wexford, good to see you. Is that referring to Jimmy Stone again? It was Jimmy Stone, the Red Devil. I really need to get the original item images back into the enhanced edition. Again, it's another flaw with the enhanced edition, I think. Some of these remade images do not look good. Like, this does not look like a real ancient coin. It should look like it should really look, you know, metallic and worn and old. This looks like a piece of cardboard. It looks so clean as well. You know, when you look at the original images, you can feel the weight of them by looking at them. They look more real. It looks like an old man. The reverse side shows a gravestone. Yeah, on Extra Riddle, we get to see the reverse side. Okay. Come on. And that's how we effectively deal with the line figures there. Bait them over to one side and then grab the coin. So here we have the snake. The reverse side of the coin is a crescent moon. There's an error here as well. When I look at the front side, it doesn't give me the description of the serpent. Yeah, this is supposed to be the bronze serpent. Which we find inside a baby carriage. I think one part of the story in this game, again, I think I might be... This may not be the intention. But under the surface of the story, I get the sense that Mary and James... Well, I guess parts of this are fairly explicit.
Thanks.
But yeah, I think Mary and James wanted to have kids. But... You know, we know that they were in this loving relationship together. They spent days at Rosewater Park. staring at the water, thinking about their future, reflecting on their lives. They had a happy life together. And I have a feeling they probably intended on having kids. And then Mary's disease took that from them. You get the scene later where with Laura, you know, where in Mary's message to Laura, she says, you know, if I had gotten better, I had wanted to adopt you. Mary was hoping that in the ideal circumstance that she'd get better and she would adopt Laura. So I think that may also be a part of James's frustration in this as well. Certain things like that with the baby carriage make me think about it. There's also the image of a baby on the bubblehead nurses' faces. There's like this strange design of a baby on the bubblehead face. This is something Ito spoke about as well, and I think it's something that he kind of hinted towards in one of his comments about the nurse design, where he said the image of the baby on the nurse's face was symbolic of James and Mary's hope or something like that. So yeah, just some of these little details with regards to baby carriages, the baby faces on the bubblehead nurses. Yeah, I think the loss of that child for James, or losing that dream, I think is another part of James's psychology. Let me see if I can find Ito's comment about it. Bubblehead nurse. It's a detail that you can barely see in the original game. In the remake, you can actually see it. You can see a lot of things in the enemy designs much more clearly. In the remake, you can actually get shots of the weird-looking kind of baby face that they have. Yeah, Ito posted just a picture of the design of the original model, close-ups of the original model back in 2017. Bubblehead nurse, the face details of in-game model. Do you see a baby's face on her face? He asks. And then he quote tweeted his own tweet later and said, it's a vestige or remains which I tried to make the symbol of James and Mary's wish. However, it was not easy to do such a thing. Yeah, the image we see out there as well, like a baby carriage inside a pool of water. Obviously, parents have to be careful with babies and deep pools of water. So it's kind of like the image of a dead baby out there, you know? Baby carriages and pools of water don't really go well together. So yeah, I wonder if that's what they're getting at there. What the? Who could have done this? Doesn't look like any body we've seen so far up until this point. Oh, you heard the dribble on that one. Oh, the little breathe, the little breath there. Oh. Jesus.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
Oh, the burp.
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
All right, there's Eddie. We got our introduction to Eddie, who immediately starts denying that he's done something. The first thing he says, "It wasn't me, I swear I didn't do it. I didn't do anything." As if he's already being accused of something. And the scene ends with him seemingly about to confess to something, it seems like. It's like he wants to say something, but then he gives up, doesn't bother. And this is kind of a feeling you get from Eddie in a few different scenes where he's very guilty, shameful, but doesn't quite have the courage to own up to what he's done. He almost spills the beans, but he always ends up keeping it to himself. Always seems like he's withholding something. Or sometimes he sounds kind of pained about it. Other times he sounds kind of cowardly. You get different feelings from him. He isn't completely repressed like James is. And let's go back into him.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
I think the original plan was for Eddie to be a more comical character. I think I remember the developers talking about this, that he was going to be like your comedic relief in this game. He's the funny fat guy. He does funny fat things like Wedge in Final Fantasy VII. He's here to be silly, and he'll be eating food and, you know, doing silly things. Yeah, he still gets his pizza scene, although it's James who's really funny in that scene. But, yeah, it makes sense that they didn't lean into that kind of thing with Eddie. You can see how that might have clashed with the tone of the game a bit. The wall is covered with football posters and meaningless graffiti. I couldn't care less about either of them. So this feels relevant to Eddie. Later on, we find out that he has a nasty history with football players. Eddie is a victim of bullying. Has self-esteem problems. He's kind of like your school shooter character. Eventually, he snaps, shoots one of his bullies, and then flees to Silent Hill. And just like James and Angela, he believes that he should be punished. He tries to run away from what he's done, but he can't escape the guilt. James, Eddie, and Angela, the three of them are all going through their own trial here.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's left a bit ambiguous with Eddie. I think maybe developers have set it in stone that Eddie didn't kill anyone. But yeah, I never thought that Eddie did kill anyone. I believed him at the end when he just said that he shot the football player in the leg. He admits to killing a dog. He shot the football player in the leg, killed a dog, and fled. And fled the scene. The cops are looking for him. James and Angela, both of them are killers. Seems like Eddie's worst crime is bodily injury. Only one dog? Just one dog. That's all we know about. I figure he's probably contending with a lot of monsters that resemble his bullies in Silent Hill world. Yeah, you have to wonder about this figure out here, too. What's the deal with this guy? Is he vomiting because he killed this thing? Is that him reacting to his murder of a monster? Why is he vomiting? But yeah, the scene, I guess, kind of focuses on that idea of the monsters as well, and these characters seeing different things. Eddie tells us that he's seen monsters, but he hasn't seen the red pyramid thing. James asks him if he's seen Pyramid Head, but no, he hasn't seen anything. That's James's personal monster. Hold on a second. Original defect. I think unlike James and Angela, Eddie never really admits to his guilt. To hell. Okay. Hold on one second, guys. Yeah, I guess Eddie never really talks about how do I phrase it? Does he ever say that he deserves what he's getting? He does acknowledge what's happening. You know, he tells James, like, this town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. But in the end, at the end, he's kind of reveling in it almost. Yeah, he isn't showing guilt in his final scene. He's happy about it. It's like he's owning up to what happened and what he did, but there's no remorse. Like there is with James and Angela. Okay. Where the hell am I going? We have the fire escape key. The tag attached to it says fire escape. I got my hand stepped on the first time I tried to get this. I wonder what happened to that kid. Okay, now it's time to cross over to the Blue Creek apartments. Interesting that Bloober turned this into like a full-on otherworld sequence. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe I skipped that by mistake. Maybe they knocked it down and built a new building or something. I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. Yeah, it almost gives you that feeling in the original. It's like, ooh, are we, you know, it feels like we're stepping into another reality, possibly. The strangeness of the building being here outside the door. The sounds that play. But we don't really get an otherworld transition here. In the remake, it feels, you know, the Blue Creek apartments have a much more otherworldly kind of feel about it. Oh, here we go. It looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Great sounds. Great sludgy sounds. It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Extra Riddle has its own... This is an extra riddle here. This is an extra riddle difficulty riddle. I remember how this works now, I think. IB85. We need to figure out how a number corresponds with I and B. I think I remember how this works. Someone was asking a question there. Hold on. In SH2, is it the same continuity as 1 and 3? Or it just shares the same location but totally separate timeline? I think it's supposed to be in the same... I don't think it's supposed to be a separate timeline, but it's such a standalone story that it doesn't really matter all that much. But yeah, it exists in the same world. We do have little references and things to the lore of other games and smaller tie-ins. We go back to this same part of town in Silent Hill 3. When you return to the town of Silent Hill in Silent Hill 3, it's the same town as Silent Hill 2. You revisit some of the same locations. Yeah. Okay, so the idea here, I think, is that after the number 10, that's when the numbers start to correspond with letters. So 11 is A, 12 is B, etc. Whatever numbers you get in Extra Riddle will always be below 10. See how the actual numbers here are 8 and 5? You will never get anything above 10, I think. Okay, so let's roll with that idea. B is going to be 12. And I is going to be what? Uh, 19? Nineteen, 12, 8, 5. Fuck. 20? Hold on. Maybe... hold on. Maybe 10 is A. Maybe it stops at 9. So... B is 11. Wait, hold on. My brain isn't working. The direction, that's for right and left. Wait a second. Is this how it works? B is 2. B definitely isn't 2. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe B is 2. Hold on. Let's try 9285 then. Yeah, no, that isn't how it works. It's the, yeah, no, I think I was right the first time. So, 10... hold on a second. Yeah, I thought I tried I as 19. Like, so let's try 19, 11, 8, 5. I think that's it. 19, 11, 8. There we go. Jesus. Yeah, A is... You start corresponding the letters from 10 on. There's a newspaper page on the ground. It looks like it's from long ago. There's nothing particularly interesting written in it. I had no idea you could interact with these newspaper articles. Making me think of Angela in the newspaper articles we read later in the game. I was 19. After 9, you start corresponding the letters of the alphabet in order from 10 onwards. So A becomes 10, B is 11, C 12, etc. The regular numbers stop at 9. Still don't have the map. Cool. I like the way it's positioned here, folded up against the wall. Whoa. I got a map of the West Side apartment building. Oh, that's kind of cool here. We're seeing a combination of the two maps. I forgot about that. Yeah, so we came from the Woodside apartments. Now we're in the Blue Creek apartments. The Blue Creek apartments, which are flooded. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Locked. Someone wants to get out. It sounds like. This is where we fight Pyramid Head at the end of the area. I really like what they did with the mannequins in the remake. The way you'd always see them sprinting away from you, running and hiding, curling up into a little ball in some corner of a room. Yeah, the way they would move around and the way they'd stealth around was cool. I didn't really mind that though, Hal. I like the way it worked in the remake. Hold on a second. My controller is disconnecting here. Here we get our first rebirth material, the white chrism. Glass bottle containing milky white anointing oil. Now let's heal up. There's something written on the desk. Like coins in the hazy ether, tossed. Our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost. To right the sins that they had laid, when thrice in falling they intone, then happiness shall be thy own. the first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. The bringer of life and the bringer of shame,
Thanks.
the sins of the latter be ever more tame. Although coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The needless one, silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners his place be appointed, and if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. Yeah, I'm not used to reading this one at all. So cool how we get these entirely new pieces of writing for the extra riddle difficulty. There's a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. Ole with the 52. Thank you very much. Cheers. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed, our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost. To right the sins that they had laid, when thrice in falling they intone, then happiness shall be thy own. Okay, we'll come back to this when we get the final coin. We can't do anything yet. Bop. Kapoodap-bop. I just remembered we didn't read the Roger Widmark tourist brochure. I'm gonna backtrack just for that. I love how the music put in music ambience when doing the puzzles. Made it feel like the town was watching you make your decisions as you complete the puzzle. I really did like how they presented the puzzle items. Yeah. The coin puzzle room in particular, I thought was just gorgeous in the remake. The way that room looked with the pale, cold light coming in through the window and the green chair that was there, or however it looked. It was so nice. It felt so new and different, but felt so in line with how the Silent Hill 2 atmosphere should be. In general, I really like what they did with the apartments and just the atmosphere of the apartments. You know, they had this really nice melancholic feeling to it. Some of the rooms, the old person's room, that really felt like, you know, how it would feel going to visit your granny on a cold, rainy winter's day. With the way the trays were set up and the old-timey figurines on the windows. Yeah, they did a great job with some of those areas. Just how bleak and melancholic it felt. Yeah, the music for the coin puzzle was great as well. Yeah, they presented a lot of the puzzle items like they were these, like, ritualistic relics. And I think a lot of that had to do with how you derobed them. You know, they always had this cloth hanging over them, which you had to pull off. So it was like you were, like, seeing some old relic from history or something. Yeah, I don't know. They had a really cool feel about it. Yeah, they presented the puzzles like they were the set pieces of the game. Hold on. Where am I going? What am I doing? Are we going to do Born from a Wish again? Just before meeting up with Maria? No. No, you know, I've never actually done that in a playthrough. I always play it afterwards. Yeah, no, I'll be playing Born from a Wish afterwards. Good to see you, Ichiban. Okay. I'm coming all the way back here just so I can read this note. That's a good grimy curtain there. Look at the state of that curtain. The tears. Looks like it could have been burned. Look at all the different colors. It looks like 3 curtains in one there. Maybe not 3, 2. Look at how blue this part is compared to this part. Very blue room. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with the feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. We read this the other day in Silent Hill 3. The same thing appears in SH3. And all the focus on the lake. The main attraction. Stanley Coleman. Editor, Stanley Coleman. What made the remake longer than the original? Just bigger areas. Yeah, longer, bigger main dungeons. And if you're like me, it's going to be even longer, because with the fully controllable camera, you can painstakingly look at all of the detail in the environments, and there's a lot of detail in those environments, so you can really take your time with the remake, inspecting every last inch of it. Here's Angela's room. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. Really unique, the door here. I don't think any other door in the apartments is like this. Kind of stands out with how white it is. Next to the battered, boarded up door. Okay.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
All right, we're back. And we get the coin. Prisoner. I love the way that scene escalates. at the end. When James says that his wife is dead and Angela suddenly feels like she's not safe. She gets up, moves towards the door, and then James starts to get even closer at the worst possible time. Right as she's starting to get fearful, he asks, "Should I go with you? It might be dangerous out there on your own." It kind of feels like Angela's coming up with an excuse so she won't be stuck with him. She's that fearful of him. "Oh, you know, besides, you'll just slow me down." I like the way the camera is behind him there as he's getting closer and closer. But what about the knife? And then right as when he puts his hand out to her, that's when she gets really fearful. She doesn't want to be touched. So here you also get the sense that Angela, even as early as this point in the game, she knows why she's here. Compares herself to James. That they're just the same. Besides, it's what we deserve. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve. It's kind of an interesting line, actually, because she's not talking about being punished by the town there. But yeah, James rejects the comparison. "You're the same as me. It'd be easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve." Not one of Seehee's best line deliveries, that. "No, I'm not like you." I always thought that line was a bit wooden from Seehee. On the ground here, a photo. Easy to miss this on a first playthrough. Angela was in here reminiscing. Looking at a picture of her family. Kind of like James, I guess she came to town with a photograph. The mother and the daughter on one side, the father and the brother on the other side. You can barely even make out the brother. Maybe he isn't in this picture. Another interesting thing in that scene are just Angela's constant apologizing. She hasn't done anything wrong, visibly, but she keeps saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And with the full context of her story later, you would think it's, you know, due to how she was abused, sexually abused by her father and made to believe that she had it coming to her, that she deserved all of this abuse. Which is just one of the saddest things about Angela's character. How her mother's word is the gospel to her, and her mother used to tell her that she deserved what happened to her. So I think that's where the sorry dialogue comes from. At least that's how I interpret it. You know, she's been made to believe all her life she's guilty. And she deserved what happened to her. Seems to be the one thing that she can't get past as well. You know, when you get to her final scene at the burning staircase. And she has that line, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. And she doesn't accept what James says afterwards. James tries to tell her, no, Angela, that's wrong. And she just can't stand being pitied. No, don't pity me. I don't deserve it. Don't feel sorry for me. My mother said this. My mother told me I deserved this, and that is that. I am guilty. I deserved this abuse. It's fucking so sad. So horrific. There are magazines on the floor. There's nothing unusual here. The map of the USA here. Another unique image. I don't think we see this anywhere else in the game. Night raided. A really happy time to raid. While we're talking about all the joyful stuff in Silent Hill 2. This game is just a barrel of laughs. Cheers for the raid, Night. Welcome on in, everyone. We're talking about sexual abuse and guilt and shame and murder and suicide. All that good stuff. Hold on a second. Ultima, thank you very much for the 31 months, the 5 streak. Yeah, James seems to be the most repressed out of all of them. You know, Angela realizes early on why she's here. Eddie realizes towards the end, and it's not until James watches the tape that he sees what he's done. But even then, he tries to push it back. It's another one of my favorite moments in the game. Even after he watches the tape, he tries to convince himself that Mary is still out there. Such a great little twist. You know, you think, oh, this is it. It's the reveal. He sees it. He sees what he's done, but then nope. Such a great turn. When he hears Mary's voice calling out on the radio again, and it kind of possesses him, springs him to life, gives him motivation to live again. Just catching up with the chat here. James looks big in this room. It's another really unique thing about this area here. Yeah, the extremely low ceiling. The giant mirror taking up the whole room. Do we know why Angela has come to Silent Hill? She's here looking for her mother. She wants to kill her mother. She believes that if she kills her mother, she'll be able to rest. She's killed her father. She's killed her brother. She believes if she can kill her mother, she can then kill herself and be free. I think it's supposed to follow the psychology that you get with a lot of murder-suicides in real life, where a family member will kill their family and then kill themselves. The whole thing with Mary in the back seat of the car, that was something that the developers commented on as being like a specifically Japanese thing as well. You know, fans would theorize about Mary being in the boot of the car, or in the trunk of the car, But the developers were like, no, 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 it's the back seat. Because they had, James has, if she wasn't, putting her in the back seat shows respect for the person. You know, that they would dress the person up, put them carefully in the back seat. If they were put in the trunk of the car, it would be disrespectful. And apparently this was a recurring thing with murder-suicides in Japan. Where, like, the father would kill the family, dress them up, put them in the back seat of the car, go drive into the lake. And Angela's thing seems to have a similar kind of ritualistic element to it, where she's getting rid of the whole family. With plans then to kill herself afterwards.
Thanks.
Pastry, thank you for the 9 months. There we go. There's a bit of comic relief. Need a bit of comic relief to break up all this morbid Silent Hill 2 talk. What did the brother do? We do not learn anything explicitly about the brother in the game. I guess we do get a hint that Angela murdered her brother, actually. You do get a pretty decent hint that she murdered her brother. When you have the full context of the story and you know she killed her father, when you watch the opening scene in the graveyard again, when she mentions her father and brother, she rubs the gravestone next to her. So I guess with that, you could say there's the implication that her... oh, wait, no, of course! The fucking the staircase scene when she thinks James is her mother and she says, now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Yeah, heavy implication there that she's killed her brother. But you don't really learn what her brother did. The two figures on the wall in the staircase scene, you know how there's two strange figures stuck up on the wall on either side of the burning staircase? Ito has said that both of those figures represent the father and the brother. And I think he said that the brother was also sexually abusive towards Angela. But yeah, you get pretty heavy implications that Angela has killed the brother. And I guess just given the fact that she killed the brother, maybe you could assume, you know, that he was involved in all of this too, that she had reason to strike back at him too. Though I guess you could also infer that she just kind of lost her mind after she killed the father. Maybe that she killed her father for a specific reason and then had less of a reason to kill other family members. Yeah, it's interesting. You know, it doesn't seem like she wants to kill her mother out of a hate for her mother. Or maybe she does have an unconscious hatred for her mother, but consciously she seems to worship the ground that her mother stands on. Like we were just saying. Her mother told her that she deserved what happened, and she believes that, you know? She believes everything her mother said. But maybe deep down she really hates her. But yeah, like James and Eddie, to get all the way back to that question that was asked, she's here for the same reason. She wants to be punished for her crimes. James, Eddie, and Angela, they're all going through the same kind of trial. One second. As I understood, the mom ignored a lot of the abuse to Angela. I would say so. You know, well, she told Angela that she deserved it. She knew what was happening. That much is clear. And she told Angela that she deserved to be abused. This is the coin that we get in the room. This is where we met Angela. We get the coin of the prisoner. Looks like a woman. The reverse side shows a nest with eggs. Later on, we find an item called the Tablet of the Seductress, which I think is supposed to symbolize Angela, which may also shed some light on her character, where she was made to believe that she was some kind of seductress. You know, that, oh, like she brought it on herself. She was seducing the father. You know, that could tie in with what we know about the mother and how the mother felt about Angela deserving her abuse. It's really dark when you start thinking about all of the implications. Like, there are a few lines that just have horrific implications when it comes to Angela's story. That whole thing with the mother. Second playthrough of Silent Hill 2 of the marathon. This is my first playthrough of Silent Hill 2 in the marathon. I played 1, then I played 3, then I played 4, now we're playing 2. Just give me a second, guys. No, I'm not planning on doing the remake during this marathon. Silent Hill F is coming out the day after tomorrow. So we're going through the first half of Silent Hill 2 today. And then we'll play the second half tomorrow. And the day after tomorrow, it'll be Silent Hill F all the way for a few days, I would say. Hold on. Okay. Did I sleep well? I slept pretty well, yep. I was planning on doing a big Silent Hill 2 session today. I thought I'd be able to play F tomorrow. So the plan was to do all of SH2 today, but given that it's not happening till the day after tomorrow, we'll spread things out, and I won't have to stream for as long today. Where the hell am I going? There's something written on the desk. So now we have all 3 coins. We can solve the puzzle. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed, our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost. I don't think this is hinting at a placement of a coin. I think this is just our introduction to the coin puzzle. To right the sins that they had laid. When thrice in falling they intone, then happiness shall be thy own. I think this is hinting at the puzzle going from that it's from right to left. That we need to think of the puzzle in those terms. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. This is our first coin, I think. I've only done this extra riddle mode a few times before, like less than a handful of times. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. Oh yes, well, a few of the slots will be empty. There are 5 slots. We have 3 coins. So some of these verses are going to be alluding to empty slots. I think this is telling us that the first hole is an empty hole. Or maybe not. Wait a second. It's the other way around. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed, our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost. To right the sins that they had laid, when thrice in falling they intone, and happiness shall be thy own. Yeah, I'm remembering certain things now. It is the opposite to all the other puzzles. You think about this puzzle from right to left instead of from left to right. It's another extra riddle twist. But I'm not sure how you infer that from this first couple of verses. That is what you're supposed to infer. I just can't remember how you're supposed to. Like coins in the hazy ether tossed, our souls must by their sinful weight descend to earth with lightness lost. Tossing the coins up in the air. Can we mention the reviews for Silent Hill F? I don't mind you talking about the reviews, as long as you don't talk about too many, like, specific details. But yeah, I've heard it's gotten some good reviews. Okay, so, hold on. The first note be not by the horned one rung, though it be there that all sins be sprung. Yeah, I think this is alluding to an empty slot. The bringer of life and the bringer of shame. The sins of the latter be ever more tame. This is alluding to the prisoner, the woman. The sinning woman. The bringer of life. Pretty straightforward, I think, this one. Though coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The needless one silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners, his place be appointed. And if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. Let me just look at the backs of these coins. One unique thing about Extra Riddle is that you can see the back of the coins. On the opposite side of the woman's coin, we have eggs, bringer of life, looks like an old man. The reverse side shows a gravestone, and the reverse side of the snake shows a crescent moon. Though coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The needless one silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. If I can't figure this out within the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to look it up. Because I want to keep the flow of the story playthrough going. So coming in the aged one's wake. You'd think this is the old man, but it's talking about something relating to the old man. Coming in the aged one's wake, the formless one's soul in fear doth quake. The formless one is alluding to an empty slot, I think. Wait, no, I think the formless one is alluding to the snake. I think they also refer to the snake as the formless one in the hard mode puzzle. The needless one silent, with hungers all sated, is least then in sin, with his lusts all abated. For the gravest of sinners, his place be appointed. And if he be lucky, may his soul be anointed. The gravest, that has to be the old man. The old man is at the far end. And I think the formless one is the snake next to the woman. Far from the aged one. Yeah, I think that's it. So the first one is empty. The second one is the bringer of life. If we're doing it from right to left, the old man here. And the snake is fearing the old man over here, left in his wake. Hey. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I remembered certain things from my previous times doing this. Otherwise, I think I might have been there for an hour. I'm still not sure how you really infer that it's supposed to be from right to left. With those first two verses. That's what that's supposed to mean. I'm just not sure how it means that. Okay. So we got our line house key. This must be the key mentioned in that note. The one that says it was left with Uncle David. Reference to Adrian Lyne, the director of Jacob's Ladder. Big influence on the game, on the series. We didn't get the whisper. Yeah, the whisper is random. You won't always get it. You'll usually get it, but not always. Unique looking room. This red. The blue and the red door. Here we can cross through to the next door apartment. Oh, I forgot to show the magical envelopes shop earlier. We can do that later. A key left on an envelope. An envelope in place of a pillow here. Apartment stairway key. It says north side stairway. Hello, Pyramid Head. Oh yeah, we need to see his tongue. That was one thing missing from the remake. No Pyramid Head tongue action. Jesus. You can't really see it all that well from that angle. Hold on. There we go. Beautiful. Shooting him really slows him down. Love the detail down here. You can see the effect of the water on the environment, all the wear. Moldy ass looking door. All that peel. You hear Pyramid Head open the door, and then the water leaves the room. Okay, we're done with the apartments. Ah. Fresh air.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
Okay, so here's Laura. We finally learn a little bit more about Laura here. She has some history with Mary, which excites James. Another lead. This brat. I think a lot of people interpret that line, you know, when Laura says, "Are you blind or something? What's a little girl like you doing here anyway? Are you blind or something?" I think a lot of people interpret that as if Laura isn't real, or Laura isn't actually a girl, like she's you know, something along those lines. I think the idea is more that, you know, James is implying that there's something wrong with the town, like that it's dangerous to be here. Like, why would you, what are you doing here? And to Laura, that's strange because she isn't seeing the town in the same way as everyone else. She doesn't see the monsters. Later on in Brookhaven Hospital, James says, you haven't even gotten a scratch on you. This is no place for a little girl. You don't even have a scratch on you. And Laura says, why should I? You know, to her, the hospital is fine. There aren't bubblehead nurses walking around everywhere trying to kill her. She isn't a sinner like James, Eddie, and Angela. She isn't coming here to be punished. She has no monsters. To her, it's a more normal town. The drawings on the wall are cool here. Yeah, it's kind of something kind of iconic about this location here. And we see Laura draw a cat on the window in the hotel later as well. She plays with little bears in the hospital. Just a normal wall. The graffiti looks like it was done by a child. She's here looking for Mary too, yeah. And it seems that she came here with Eddie. Or at least, you know, some of the visuals hint at that in the opening montage. We know that she doesn't have any parents, that Mary was hoping to adopt her. They met in the hospital. So this is that park. Mary, are you here? Patrick Chester, son of Edward. He fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. This headless statue, headless and armless. Kind of looks like his horse is headless too. Yeah, I think the town is still supposed to be more or less abandoned in reality. I don't think it's blooming for anyone at this point. Ooh, the silence here. Right as we approach Maria. No water to be seen.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you. I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
Oh yeah.
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh, or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
All right. We get our introduction to Maria. That gorgeous CG scene. I feel like Maria is really the character that benefits the most from all of these CG scenes, the FMVs. I think we see her more than any other character in those scenes. All the little micro expressions. Little glances. Hey, here it is. Yeah, usually when I play the original game, I don't even take note of this statue. Wasn't until playing the remake. When I played the remake, I didn't even remember this from the original, even though I've played it
Thanks.
an ungodly amount of times. They put it more in focus in the remake. Another headless statue, like Patrick Chester back there. And thank you for gifting a sub to James Sunderland's pillow. Weren't they selling pillows? There are official Konami James Sunderland pillows that you can buy, I think, now. You can buy pillow merch, official pillow merch, so you can smother your wife too. Apparently it's really good for smothering wives, the official pillow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a thing. Maybe I'm talking shit, but I think it's a thing. Maybe it was for a limited time only. Yeah, was it when the remake was coming out?
Thanks.
I'm pretty sure it was a thing. Vomit, thank you for the 34 months. Oh yeah, here we meet Maria, James's temptation. A test here for James. Is he committed to his wife, or will he take this demon in disguise instead? Maria is not a real person. She is born from James's mind, born from his desires. And it is maybe the worst ending of the game if you get the Maria ending. To me, it's maybe worse than James killing himself. Because it's like he doesn't really learn anything at all. At least with the in-water ending, he kind of faces up to what happened. In the Maria ending, it's like the delusion just continues. And you get the heavy implication that the cycle is going to continue. That Maria is going to get sick again, just like Mary did. And James is going to kill her, except it might even be worse this time because this person isn't even really real. This person is another manifestation born from his mind, just like the nurses and the lying figures and the mannequins. Just not as obvious. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. We'll be learning more about that later. The little Baroness. Well, I think Maria is a bit different to the mannequins and the lying figures and everything. What makes Maria interesting is that she does seem to have her own will as well. It kind of turns her into a tragic character in a way. So you get the sense that she believes she is real too, and that, you know, you see that she also seems to feel pain.
Thanks.
The Born from a Wish scenario is quite interesting in that regard, because you play as Maria and you get to see how she came to be as this person, as this creature. Martian with the 63, thank you very much. Where the fuck am I going here? Down this way. Here we go. It can be a bit of a maze, this place. Cheers again, Martian. Good to see you. I think I'm gonna go for the leave ending. The leave ending is my favorite ending. But we'll probably do some other endings as well. I might show the rebirth ending, the dog ending, the UFO ending, you know, some of the side endings. But when it comes to the main ending, I'm going to go for the leave ending. The leave ending has my favorite credits music for the main endings. I think it also has the best bedside scene. You know, you get slightly different bedside scenes with Mary. Yeah, in the leave ending, you really get to see James admit to everything. And there are just some, yeah, really great lines in the leave ending that the other ones don't have. Yeah, for me it is Lunaris. It depends on the person. Like a lot of people favor the in-water ending over the leave ending. The developers do as well. For the in-water ending was the ending that meant the most to the team making the game. They didn't want it to be the set-in-stone canonical ending. They wanted... They didn't want there to be a canonical ending. But yeah, the in-water ending was the one that they put their hearts into the most. And I guess water being such a prominent symbol throughout the game tied into that. But yeah, with the leave ending, the leave ending frames the story more as a story of redemption and forgiveness. And the in-water ending, I guess it just ends as a brutal tragedy. Oh yeah, we can't even interact with the mound here at the back at this point in the game. Victim of persecution by the Christians, this is supposed to say here. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. Yeah, I just think it's brutal for, like, the in-water ending is so brutal. You know, he goes through all of this horror, goes through this arduous trial. only to kill himself at the end. That's rough, man. You know, I feel after this whole journey, there should be some redemption. You know, it's such a bleak and depressing and sorrowful game. You know, it's a journey through hell. A journey into the abyss, a descent into the abyss. And for that to end with death at the end, after that long, arduous journey. I need some redemption. I need redemption at the end of that for James. You know, because it's not like in the in-water ending, it's not like he refuses to face up to his crimes or anything. You know, he acknowledges what he's done. He sees Pyramid Head for what Pyramid Head is. But no, it's too much. Without Mary, he can't go on living. So he goes to join her. It makes more, like, if you really start thinking about it logically, it makes more sense as an ending. Like, the Leave ending can kind of fall apart if you start thinking about, like, what happens now? Like, James just goes home and goes on to live his life. It can maybe start to sound a bit, like, unreal and a bit silly, but I don't really give a shit, personally. That doesn't happen. The story ends. The story ends where it ends. And I don't need to think about James going back and having breakfast with Laura or whatever happens. What's he gonna do with the body? You know, the body, he leaves the graveyard with Laura, and you know, Laura sits up beside him in the front seat. Oh, just don't mind the smell in the back, Laura. Don't look back there. You know, I guess I don't like the idea of him turning himself in either, because it's like, this is what he gets instead of prison. The trial of this game, this is his punishment. This is his prison. He even literally goes to a prison in the game at one point. You know, so he's already been to prison. He's been to a special prison. A magical prison. So yeah, maybe he goes back, buries Mary in his backyard. And, you know, he knows that he's done his due diligence. He's been forgiven by Mary. He knows this. He doesn't need to feel guilty anymore. He just doesn't need to tell the cops or anyone about this, because they just wouldn't understand Silent Hill and what he's been through. So best to leave that alone. Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. This is probably Saint Jennifer, who's referenced in Silent Hill 3, one of the cult members. But yeah, here at Rosewater Park, we get all these references to memory, these historical figures.
Thanks.
Wixie, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Neo. Cheers. But the police, you know, even still, the police had be coming knocking on James's door, right, at some point. Mary was back home for a brief moment. James killed Mary at home while she was back there right before she died. This was her last visit home before her death. That's another really brutal thing about the story. And it's something that's not like in your face. It's something that you need to think about, taking into account, you know, certain lines of dialogue that you only get in one ending and things like that. But, you know, James had been through the worst of it. She was on the verge of death. James had been through this for 3 years. Mary was sick for 3 long years, and she was just about to die. And that's when he killed her. He only had to hold out for, you know, a few more weeks or like a month. And she was dead. He got through the worst of it, but... yeah. That's part of where the whole 3-year delusion comes from. It's not that Mary died 3 years ago. It's that she got sick 3 years ago. You could maybe read into that as well, you know, that he lost his Mary 3 years ago. And then the sickness happened and she became this decaying monster that he started to fear. Maybe he thought he was putting her out of her misery. He tries to believe that, but that's not really the case. In the Leave ending, he admits that he didn't do it to put her out of her misery. He did it to get his life back. It's one of the best pieces of dialogue in the Leave ending. It's heartbreaking. He says, "That's why I did it, honey." Or Mary says, "I wanted the pain to end." You know, she's trying to tell him that it's okay that he did what he did. She says, "You know, but I wanted it. I wanted the pain to end. I wanted the suffering to end." And James responds, "That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer." And then he stops himself and says, "No, that's not true. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back." No, it's worse than that. He says, "The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back." And Mary responds, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?"
Thanks.
It's beautiful the way that line is delivered at the end. I can't do it justice, but... yeah, if that were true, then why do you look so sad? He thought he was getting his life back. You know, he thought this would solve his problems, but obviously it drove him insane, basically. Mary was James's life. Okay, what are we doing? I don't know why I'm over here. I was on autopilot there. Did I even pick up the dog key? We want to go and pick up the dog key. I think the Maria ending does imply that the same thing could happen again. that he could go through the same kind of pattern. They're leaving town. Maria starts coughing. She's getting sick just like Mary was. James has the dark line at the end. We better do something about that cough. A darkly comedic line. It's a dark comedy, that ending. Here it is. I got the dog key from the doghouse. We don't need to kill these things. We got our steel pipe here. Texan gas. Here we get another rebirth item, which we can only get on NG+. Another thing that we need to find if we want the rebirth ending. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name. But that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. I love this book we get here, this mysterious history. This lost name for the town that no one knows anymore. The whole town is like this shrine of lost memories, forgotten histories. There were others who came before. It's aliens, UFOs. Maybe if we needed this for the UFO ending. Fuck, that reminds me! Have I missed any UFO locations so far? I'm trying to remember what all the UFO locations are in this game. I remember... I don't think there's one down here like there is in the remake, is there? I can't remember. The roof of Brookhaven is one. the Garden of Brookhaven. I forget all the UFO locations. Let me just check down here. Hold on, let me grab my notes. I bet I made a mistake somewhere and I'm forgetting one in the early game. I'm getting them confused with the remake in my mind as well. Okay, yeah, there are only a few locations in SH2. We're good. Hold on. Yeah, Brookhaven Hospital Garden is the first one. In front of the boat after the Eddie fight, and then finally inside room 312 in the hotel. In James and Mary's room. Okay, thank God. The blue gem is for the UFO ending. You need to use the blue gem at certain locations to trigger UFO sightings. Let's take a little detour here as well before we go to Pete's Bolorama. There are a few cool signs that we can find as well. Oh, yeah. We can interact with this one as well. A sign for the hotel, Lakeview Hotel. Lakeview Hotel. I remember in the remake's version of this sign, you got an early hint regarding the redesign of the place. Because it had the big garden outside the front. Blood Sense, hey, good to see you. Silent Hill Historical Society. The early days of Toluca. The story of the truth. Lakeside Amusement Park. Toluca Lake. Keep the nature. Oh, yeah. Your ad. Quiet cocktails. Now we're all the way up here at the Historical Society. You know, I can't remember. Do the mannequins come flying over the side in the remake? I can't remember. Silent Hill Historical Society. Yeah, can't do anything yet. Giga computer. Baby and kids superstore. Is this one always confuses me because it kind of looks like it says baby and kids. Does it say baby and kids? Superstore. Discount prices. Baby gift registry. Parking in rear. Rear entrance. Oh, I like this sign here. Silent Hill Fresh Meats, which we saw earlier in the game. I like the colors. The cow. Looks good. Oh. Lakeview Hotel. Another sign for Lakeview Hotel. We can interact with both of them. And all the way up at the top here. Hold up, did I run past him? Yeah. Here he is. Yeah, if you get lost all the way up here, they put a map. Kind of like what you find in Neely's bar. Tells you where to go if you're lost. Copied it onto my own map. Now this guides you back to Pete's Bowl-orama. Ooh, nice. Ad for Heaven's Night here. What does it say at the bottom? Weave something. Oh, you can see it says Heaven's Night in a different font in the background as well. There's another layer behind the neon font. I thought the SH2 remake was much more interesting, Bloodsense. The MGS Delta is kind of like a remaster in so many ways. Delta's like a remaster on steroids, whereas SH2 remake is like a fully built from the ground up remake. Pet Center, Vaccine Clinic, Tease Italian Restaurant. Jack's in. 9 rod from here? What? Is that some kind of bowling talk that I don't understand? Texan gas. It's pretty fitting we find the Lost Memories book at Texan gas as well with the Native American symbolism. Ah. You okay there, Maria? We good? Oh, you're just looking at Maria there. Oh, I think I usually miss this health drink. Okay. Time for Pete's Bowlerama.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
Oh, I don't ever go back. I figured I wouldn't be able to go back. Convenient excuse, Maria. You'll notice that you never see Maria meet any other character.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you're sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember, but...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
No.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
I really like his last line there. That's a really good forget you. This fucking guy. I love his arm movements as well. When he's pointing back to Laura, the arms swinging from side to side. The mocap and animation is really good there. Love how the camera stays here. Camera isn't allowed to step onto the lanes. We mash the X button here. We should find an item that's basically impossible to see from here. There it is. Yeah. Bum, bum. Now here we see that Laura has gotten to know Eddie as well. Questioning him about what he's done, why he's here, judging him. Boom, boom, boom.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
There's that tone again. You really sound like you're not telling the whole truth here, Eddie. I don't know. In the scene with Laura as well. They won't listen.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
Such a great little interlude, this section. It's really nice having this break after the apartments. Get some nice scenes, cozy Yamaoka beats. Paces everything out really nicely. Okay, Laura, where are you? Bum bum bum. Bum ba bum.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
A pan down to the bottle. We're entering a place of debauchery.
It's no good. It's locked.
It's like a child. Love his little peek there. Hey. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. Yeah, initially I used to think this was just referring to after Mary's death. You know, that he started to drink heavily to cope with the loss of Mary. But, you know, in reality, Mary only died a few days ago. So I reckon he was drinking heavily during Mary's illness. Because he would have been feeling pain and loss there during that period too. The 3 long years spent taking care of Mary, dealing with Mary. Can't imagine it was just the few days after her death. Is he delusional? Yes. Very much so. Just a regular stage. There's nothing strange about it. So Maria had the key to this place. Really blends in with the color scheme too. Once again, reinforcing Maria as this object of desire for James. A temptation. A possible replacement for his wife. A fresh, new, sexified Mary. Right here. Waiting for him. Ready for him. Do the cheat to get Maria up on the stage. Enter the Konami code. Love this bird's eye shot here. Yeah, the signs are like note for note the same, I think, in both games. It's a much more elaborate sequence in the remake. It's just a brief little interlude in the original. You just pass through, listen to the dreamy tunes. Get a feel for the place.
Over there!
Does the Konami code do anything in this game? Ooh. Does the Konami... Is it the Konami code that unlocks the map at the end of the hotel? I don't think I've ever done that. I know that it's a thing, but I don't think I've ever done it. You can unlock a radar in Silent Hill 2. And I think maybe you can do that by entering the Konami code in the hotel at the end of the hotel. I think it's just for the hotel. Let me Google this real quick. I'm not sure if you use the Konami code to get this, and I'm not even sure if you can get it on every version of the game. This works in the original PS2 version of the game. Yeah, I don't think it's the Konami code. First, you must have completed the dog ending. After you've completed the dog ending, make sure your controller type is set to 2 if you are playing on international versions of the game. Finally, pressing the following buttons while you have control over your character: start plus L2 plus square plus L3. You may need to first enter the inventory screen, exit, and while exiting, hold start. Yeah, so that isn't the Konami code. But yeah, you can unlock a radar for the game in the original PS2 version. I think this was probably just some scrapped thing that was still kept in the game's code. Yeah, if you Google Silent Hill 2 minimap, Silent Hill 2 radar, you'll find it easily. You'll see articles written about it, videos. You might notice here as well how the lighting has changed. It's getting slightly darker. It was one cool thing that Bloober really took note of as well, because before Brookhaven you get that sunset in town. And I think that's what's supposed to be happening here too. It's just very subtle in the original. It's a very subtle change in the lighting. You know, compare this here to when we first entered town at the start of the game. Much brighter. Has a little bit of a kind of dusky glow to it here. Okay, Brookhaven time. Our vacation is over. Oh, we have 3 floors to explore here. 3 floors and a roof. Honeymoon is over. Honeymoon is over. Yeah, this relationship is all downhill from here. It's kind of true. She's going to start getting sick soon. Starts taking pills. Then we get separated from her. Then she gets stabbed and dies. And then she dies again. And then she dies a 3rd time. And then maybe she becomes my next wife at the end after she dies 3 times. Depending on how we play our cards. Okay, so we're in the reception area here. Let's take a look around. It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So one thing you might notice about the names here, they all begin with J. Jack, Joseph, Joshua. And our character's name is, of course, James. So, interesting. Maybe we're seeing some kind of paralleling happening here, some kind of mirroring. But there's only one of these characters that we repeatedly hear more about. Joseph. We'll be learning more about this Joseph figure. In the game's early development, they planned on making Joseph a fully formed character that you would meet in the game. And he would kind of be like James's Maria. He would be like another version of James. Like James's doppelganger. If Maria is Mary's doppelganger, Joseph was going to be James's doppelganger. And I think what we have now in the final version of the game is like a truncated version of that idea, where Joseph is like this parallel to James. He's like this mirror to James. And yeah, we'll be learning more about him as we play through the hospital sequence here. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. That thing about a tendency towards violence when excited always makes me think of what happens with James and Laura later in the hospital sequence. You know, when James has that sudden lash out at Laura, when he lashes out suddenly when Laura says something that conflicts with James's timeline of the events. You liar! And then he stops himself. I'm sorry, Laura. Like he's surprised by his own aggression. It's an interesting little moment there. James's ability to suddenly lose the plot. You know, he seems like this fairly normal, kind of oafish guy, everyman, but he feels he's doing the best in every situation, helping out Angela, asking if they're okay. You know, he clearly believes himself to be the good guy. And there he gets surprised by his own aggression. Alright, let's save. I love the way they frame Mary in these rooms. She can kind of surprise you sometimes. It's just kind of be kind of strange sometimes, just the way you're so closed in and claustrophobic. Right up next to Maria here. Go on, James, lean in, give her a kiss. Something's written on it. Love the design of this strange key that we get here, the purple bull key, which looks like some strange kind of key card. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, There simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. So here we have our first little reference back to this Joseph character that we've been reading about. And we get the purple bull key. Good note here. Talking about the idea of madness, the other side, which may be tying into the whole idea of the other world. We get our first other world sequence in the hospital. Under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. Yeah, of course, you can apply a lot of this to James, who kind of represents the everyman. The ability for any one of us to go insane under the right circumstances, to be driven. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. It's interesting, though, that this patient, the one they're talking about here, is happy. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Different types of papers and documents, but there's nothing of interest for me. Fox, yeah, that ending was like the ultimate copium ending. Where the murder never happened. He goes back into the past. Lives inside the videotape. Happily ever after, forever with Mary. In their vacation. Cool detail here. Another one of these unique contextual sounds that only triggers when you get close to the door. It's locked now. But when we eventually do get to the other side of that door, and we're in this hallway, where we hear that breathing sound constantly, which is cool. It really is like the breathing is coming from beyond the door. No plans for SH2R during the marathon. But I'm sure I'll be playing it in the future at some point. Silent Hill F is around the corner now soon. It'll be the day after tomorrow, so... that's what we'll be doing. Oh, thank you very much, Cav. I don't think I'm doing much storytelling, though. I'm reading the story that's already here. Assuming you were referring to the notes there.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I got a bent needle. Look at the dog! I don't think I ever noticed the dog in the background here. Look at that little guy. Adorable. I got a bent needle. Jack. Another J. And this guy really looks like James, doesn't he? Look at his face. Look at his hair. Is this another image born from James's mind? Is this who he wants to be? This is born from all of the advertising James has seen. All of the male models. That's James's dream body right there. Got a shotgun. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. Yeah, we're going to be saving this for later when we get to the Flesh Lips fight. Am I up to date on thanking everyone here? X minus with the 95, Wilksy,
Thanks.
Martian again, Neo, thank you for gifting a sub to Glees, however I say this name. Glees Bites. Thank you. Cheers. There's a magazine here. That won't do me any good right now. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. I got the examination room key. Leave everything to me, Maria. Stand back. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. What's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. The secret. I'll give them something to deal with this demon. Shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes, the box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 6975. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free, and he will serve. Me, I am a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop. No, no. I love this note. Well, let me take another look at it. No punctuation. A little to small bits of punctuation. That's good. He is the lowest now. Must not forget it. 6975. Okay. Hey, Mr. Man. Here we get the lapis eye key. Elmente. Let me see here. What items do I have? Examination room key. It's written on the tag. Found it in the pocket of the white lab jacket in the men's locker room. Yeah, back down to the first floor. Really, I don't need to do this because the code is always the same. But I'll pretend I don't know the code. We're taking our time with this playthrough. Hi, Maria. There are medical records on the desk. Nothing particularly interesting. Bob Skins third. I don't think this was here in the original, right? Is this the enhanced edition guys? Putting their own little stamp on this? In Silent Hill 1, there's a reference to Silence of the Lambs with the newspaper that says Bill Skins 5th on it. This Bob Skins 3rd thing, I don't think that's even here in Silent Hill 1. PIN number this month is T. Last month it was X. And before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? So we have to spell out the letter T. To unlock the door here. Hug, please. Hey. Fuck. There we go. 1328. Hope you're impressed, Maria.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Love this little scene here. Really foreboding with this music playing. There's something not right. I got the roof key. There are a lot of things here that aren't right, really, but... Feels like they're trying to parallel what happened with Mary's death. James easing her down onto the bed. James standing here would have been in a similar position when he smothered Mary. Now she's taken these pills, possibly getting sick now too. James acting as if he's playing the role of the protector, but we know how that turned out with Mary.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura?
Okay, Cabby, maybe that is on that board inside in the OG, and I just never noticed it because it was so low res or something. Hold on, I have a bone to pick with someone in the chat. I didn't want to do it right after the last scene. Pass the zoinks! You need to stop telling people you're fucking leaving and going to sleep. I've noticed you do this several times over the last few days alone. If you're saying goodbye to the chat or you're going to sleep, actually go to fucking sleep, will you? I see you pull this shit again and you're getting a lengthy ban. Shape up. Cut that out. Hold on a second. Good night, Threedogg. Okay, that was funny, but you can't keep up this. You can't keep this up for much longer. Because people keep responding to you as well, and I'm getting sick of, you know, it's not just this one message that I have to read repeatedly. It's the fucking old routine of loads of people responding to you saying good night. It's like you're trying to bait the chat into spamming it every few hours. I feel like you've done this every day for the last several days. Maybe I missed how. Maybe this was a meme that maybe I missed the joke here. Okay. Aim to misbehave with the 97. Thank you very much.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
I'm gonna kill myself, Maria. Okay, let's explore the rest of these rooms.
Thanks.
Where are the mannequins letting this sound out of? What hole are these sounds coming out of? Do they have little mouths on their feet, I wonder? On their stubs? Where are these sounds coming from? Lagood with the 9 months. Thank you very much. This is, if not my favorite channel on Twitch, easily in my top 3. Hold on. I learn something new every time I'm here, and I love hearing everyone discuss games and take them seriously. Thanks for everything. Ah, thank you very much, Lagood. That's very nice of you to say. Cheers. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, and I'm glad you get something out of it. Especially when we do these Big in-depth playthroughs
Thanks.
with games like this where we're going deep into all of the little details and what have you. Cheers. Yeah, it's always fun returning to Silent Hill 2. We usually do it like once a year at least. One of my all-time favorites. There's something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. And here we have this box. And this harkens back to what we were reading in the doctor's journal. When we first arrived at the hospital, I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. If we go back and read the patient's record, what did it say about Joseph? His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. So I would say this is supposed to be in reference to Joseph's daughter, Louise. And that this is Joseph's box, Joseph's precious box. Inside, we find a strand of hair, which is probably supposed to be Louise's hair, his daughter's hair. I'll take care of you forever. And the 4 is alluding to 4 different keys that we need to unlock the box. Hinting towards the amount of keys that we need. One of them is the lapis eye key. An eye is carved into the top of the key. The iris part is made of a lapis lazuli. That gets rid of the big chain. Second key is the purple bull. Always wondered what the purple bull was in reference to. I remember looking it up and didn't really find all that much. Cool looking key though. Weird looking shape to it. Okay, I guess we just slotted that in there. And we still need 2 more. Kahawa, thank you very much for gifting a sub to V Kitty. Cheers. Like the hearkening patroller? Okay, time to head to the roof. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. You can see from here that it looks like an ear stuck inside. Look at that ear. This color here really stands out. How bright this green is. Not sure if we see any other color as bright and as glowing as that in the whole game. Okay, up to the roof. What is the green? I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's a mysterious green liquid. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? Rain 12. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, but I've got to go home. And then you see mad scribbling on the page as it ends. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was a diary doing up here? Oh, here we see the note of a suicidal patient, it would look like. Let's just take another look here. Doctor's journal, diary from the roof. Yeah, it also makes me think of Mary. Whoever wrote this sounds a little bit similar, just the morbid state of mind. You know, if I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? Who am I anyway? The doctors just want to keep me in here to make a profit off me. You know, that same kind of mindset. The way it ends as well, it's like, is this even really happening at the end? It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. Just the sudden shift in mood makes it seem unreal. It's clear outside. The sun is shining suddenly. This is where they just completely lost it. The fence up here as well. I'm assuming this little flap at the top of the fence is to prevent suicides. Imagine this is probably a real type of fence that you might get in places like this as well. You know, fences that are hard to climb, hard to get over. Hold on a second. Yeah, I don't think it's a time loop, Iron Poppin'. I mean, developers have confirmed that it isn't in the original game. In the remake, they call back to that fan theory. That was a fan theory from way back for the original game. When people were wondering about these other corpses, these other James corpses. But like with a lot of things in this game, it is just born from James's mind, from his imaginings. Funnily enough, even the making of Silent Hill 2, I think, goes into that. You know, they talk about the things in the game born from James's mind, one of them being the corpse in the apartments that you see sitting there in the chair. They even talk about that in the making of. Classic. Here's Pyramid Head. Suddenly appears out of nowhere again. Something's written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. So here's reference to Joseph once again. But yeah, like you said, I think it relates to James's desire for punishment, all of these dead versions of himself that he sees everywhere. The suicidal aspect of James is kind of interesting because it seems to be another part of himself that he's trying to deny as well. At the very, very end of the game, when he meets Angela during the burning staircase scene, Angela says, you know, when James refuses to give Angela her knife back because he fears she'll kill herself with it, you know, James says, no, I won't give you back the knife. Angela says, why, are you saving it for yourself? James responds, me? Oh, I'd never kill myself. When shortly after that, one of the solutions is that he will kill himself. One of the endings. He can still potentially kill himself after that scene. He has Mary dressed up in the back seat of the car, drives to Silent Hill with Mary in the back seat, ready for that eventuality, you would think. That's why he has her there with him, so he can take her with him when he drives into the lake. So they can be together, so he can die with her. But once he enters this delusion, he seems to reject that side of himself that he is really longing for his own death. Yeah, that's of course another thing that can give you the in-water ending. The ending system of Silent Hill 2 is very, very cool. It takes all these subtle little interactions that you do throughout the game and gives you an ending based on that. If you keep your health low all the time, it'll add points to the in-water ending. Higher chance that James will kill himself at the end. If you examine Angela's knife, higher chance James will kill himself at the end. I think maybe I used to think the note on the roof added to it. But I'm not sure if it does. Hold on, let me bring up the ending notes that I have again here. to get the in-water ending, yeah, if you keep your health low, examine Angela's knife. Yeah, the suicidal diary on the rooftop, that will increase the chance of you getting the in-water ending. But that is also something that you need to read as well, isn't it? I don't think Pyramid Head appears on the roof until you read the diary. Maybe I'm mistaken there. I remember that happening in a playthrough from way back, and then I just kept reading the diary from that point on because I thought you have to. The message in Neely's bar later, pretty much telling James to kill himself if he wants to be with Mary again. If you read that, that will also add points to the in-water ending. And listening to the entirety of the hallway flashback scene in the hotel at the very end, that also increases the chances that James will kill himself. And then, of course, avoiding things that would lead to other endings is also something that factors in. Because all of the different endings, they're kind of battling with each other. If you look at Mary's photo repeatedly throughout the game, there'll be a higher chance that James will not kill himself, that he'll get the leave ending instead, where he's forgiven and owns up to everything that he's done. With the Maria ending, obviously you just need to treat Maria really well. Stay close to her, prevent her from being damaged. Repeatedly go back to her room when she's in the hospital to make sure she's okay. Repeatedly go back to the prison when she's in the prison to make sure she's okay. But yeah, it's really cool how the game just takes all these subtle little things, interactions, and then gives you your ending based off that. It's usually not how it goes in games with multiple endings. You know, you're usually aware that you're making key decisions. Or there's something very explicit or overt in the game. But here it's just all happening in the background without the player even knowing. You're not going to be aware of the system at all on a first playthrough. The game is just calculating, it's monitoring you. Let's heal up. Hold on a second. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. Let's go into Joseph's cell. No Joseph to be found in here. Right now, it's looking a lot like James's cell. There's something written on the wall. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. The secret name, most likely being James, I think. With Joseph serving as this kind of mirror character, this doppelganger character. Seven, 8, 7, 2, I think. Maybe that first one could be a 2. Probably 7, 8, 7, 2. Okay, we have our 2 codes. I had the other code before. I didn't put it in. The carbon paper code 6975. So I never really thought about this in relation to Joseph. This is supposed to be Joseph's memo as well. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free and he will serve me. I am a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can't stop, can't stop. No, no. Maybe he's talking about James here too. 6975. We enter this on the keypad. And turn the numbers. Let's try 7872. Turn. In reference to this. As we turn to get the numbers here. Wait, what was it again? 7872. Hey. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. Okay, now we're taking Joshua's precious treasure. His daughter's hair. Long brown hair. It was in that box. There's nothing in the box anymore. And now, we combine the hair with the hook that we found to pull out this ear. And we get the elevator key. Patient wing elevator is written on the tag. It was stuck in the bath pipe. So now we can go to the first floor. We see that this floor looks a little bit more abandoned. See the brick behind the paint here. We heard this breathing from beyond the door. Now that we're on the other side of the door, we're just smothered in it. We still get the breathing here, but when I step away... It's Mary. Mary's ghost.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I?
Love the way he freezes in time there.
Wait, there's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it, is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back, in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
I love how serious he looks right after she says it. It's almost like, oh, okay, there's no arguing from this point. I accept my fate. Whoop. I love this sound that they make. They sound like bulls or something. Now James is getting smothered, suffocated. It's kind of cute, their little animation at the end where they put their feet up. Love how the siren slowly kicks in here, fades in. That little scene is so cool, man. Just that sudden disorienting perspective switch. The fight ends and the camera just moves right up to the ceiling. And you're like touching the ceiling of the building. It's like, what is going on here? Spins around and then suddenly you're being pushed on a gurney, Jacob's Ladder style. Mary's voice comes in, calling out to us. I've always loved that little scene there. And now suddenly, we're in the garden. Where are we? What's going on? Yeah, that is our otherworld transition in this game. Slightly different for an otherworld transition. Now we're in the second version of the hospital. The garden looks huge on the map, whereas in actuality it is this tiny little square. It's big in the remake. Yeah, I really like what they did with it in the remake. It was cool in the remake. They said, hey, how about if we actually do make a big, elaborate garden? That garden area was cool. All the lion figures walking around in the dark and the rain. It had a cool feel to it. But I also really liked the strangeness of it in the original where it doesn't match up. Are the flesh lips immune to the pipe? I spent like 10 minutes and couldn't even kill one, but easily beat them with the wooden plank? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I would assume they are killable with the pipe. Oh yeah, UFO! Thanks for the reminder. The close-up, the extreme close-up. All right. Step 1 completed. Oh, I lost my chat. Hold on. Bear with me. I can't read the chat at the moment. Let's save. Bop. I love the contrast to Silent Hill 1 with the other world in this. It's like the opposite, almost. You know, things get so much more intense when you shift to the other world in Silent Hill 1, the blood, the rust, the fans spinning around, everything's so loud and aggressive. But here, it's almost like things get even more lifeless. The place is just dead. Everything is covered up in sheets. It feels more sterile, even more abandoned than it was before. The first thing we see here is a fan, but isn't even moving. The iconic Silent Hill spinning fan is not even moving here. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. I guess that is one of the first rooms you would go into in the Silent Hill 1 Otherworld as well, the first Midwich Otherworld. When you go back into the school and through the doors straight in front of you, it's the fan room. It really is like the total opposite here. Hey, okay, my chat is back. I can see Hitch. I can see Hitch's gasm. Whoa. Ooh, that's a very Silent Hill 1-esque scare there. I forgot about that. The sudden smash when you're inside a room, smash glass. So the Flesh Lips boss is supposed to symbolize Mary in her angry, sick, bedridden state. The version of Mary that James feared. The Mary that would curse and scream at James. That's why you get those like angry growls. You know, it's just a big pile of flesh inside a bed frame. Lips at the end of the bed, kind of cursing and reaching out, growling, spitting. We're fighting against the version of Mary that James despised or feared. And then we kill her, just like he did with Mary. And then we kill the monster, just like James did with Mary. And all the sheets here, I think, are supposed to tie in with the aftermath of Mary's death. Like bloody bed sheets, everything covered up. I think this is one thing that Ito expanded on way back as well. Sometimes they look like sheets, bed sheets. Other times they look more like tarp. Much clearer to see in the remake. And they kind of lean into that symbolism a bit more as well, with all the bed sheets that you see in town instead of the tarp. But yeah, I think the idea here, or in part, is that it's kind of like we're seeing James cover up the murder of Mary. Fleshly, he kills Flesh Lips. It's like he's killing Mary again, and now it's Now it's the cover-up after the fact. Covering it all up, forgetting it happened. I think it was recently, maybe it was Tsuboyama that spoke about this. It was really cool when the Silent Hill 2 remake came out. Masashi Tsuboyama, the director of Silent Hill 2, joined Twitter for the first time and started posting loads of things about the game and the series. You know, up until that point, we mainly just had Masahiro Ito on Twitter speaking about the games, giving additional information, talking about inspirations. It was really cool seeing Tsuboyama talk about a lot, like all the stuff that he worked on and things that inspired him. I can't remember if it was him or Ito that spoke about the inspiration behind the designs here in the hospital, the white sheets, the sheets covering everything up. It was inspired by some art piece. I forget what it is now. Maybe I could Google it real quick. Silent Hill 2 bed sheets. I can't find it. But yeah, I think it was some art piece that involved covering up like real pieces of architecture. Hold on, wait. I thought I found it. I didn't. Hold on. Christo and Jean-Claude are the artists? Yes. Thank you. Ariel No, however I say your name. Thank you. Christo and Jean-Claude. Let me type this. Yes, here it is. But yeah, I think they went and covered pre-existing buildings. Like they went around just in some city and covered up pieces of architecture with these white sheets. I think that's what they did anyway. They went around to these pre-existing buildings and covered them up and made them into a kind of art piece. I wish I could still find the tweet as well, though. Wait a second. I can type Christo and Jean-Claude Silent Hill. And then that might give me the tweets. Here it is, I think. Yes. Yeah, no, it was actually Ito that posted this. I got it. Although I don't think he really said anything beyond that. In the OG Silent Hill 2, the inspiration for the other world was the works by the great famous artists Christo and Jean-Claude. If you don't know, please Google their works. Okay, we can leave it at that. You guys can Google Christo and Jean-Claude if you want to see the examples. But yeah, go to Google Images, type the name, and you should see some of the... You should recognize it. Big, big buildings covered up in white sheets. That was their inspiration. It was a really cool moment in the remake when you stepped out of Brookhaven at night after finishing that big sequence and you saw all the sheets again, but they were all like dirtied. That visual, in general, the visual of the sheets was really nice in the remake. Just getting to see them get blown around in the breeze had a nice surreal quality to it. Gooch, you were asking me a question a few minutes ago. What were you asking me when I'm doing these big, long sessions? Don't I ever wish I was playing another game or something like that? I can't say that ever happens, no. You can repost it if you like, if I didn't pick up on it. Dog, question for you. When you're playing games for like 4+ hours at a time, do you get bored or ever feel like you want to do or play something else? I feel I don't have the attention span to do super long sessions. 1 to 3 hours before switching is my norm. Yeah, no, not really. But it's also different for me being a streamer as well, you know? Like, I guess I get used to the big long sessions and I'm going in knowing I'm doing a big session with the intent of playing a game for however many hours, so... Yeah, no, not really. I mean, like, I'll get burned out playing certain games, like anyone does. And then I might stop playing a game on stream for a bit, or... You know... Okay, so we are on the first floor. Let's explore the rest of this place. Yeah, I mean, like, usually when I get tired of playing a game on stream, that's usually when I'll end the stream. But I don't think I ever really have moments where I'm like, oh, I wish I was playing this other game instead of this game that I'm playing now. Or yeah, that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't think so. I have no idea what I'd be doing if I wasn't a streamer. I don't really have too many other prospects, I'm afraid. Yeah, I did originally want to be a musician. That was one of my hobbies growing up. I didn't think it would be this hobby that turned into a job. And I never would have guessed as a teenager it would be games that would become my job. Cheek spreader with the 9. Thank you very much. Yeah, in some rooms you get the bloody, bloody looking sheets, but some rooms are sparkling clean, like this one. Really has a great effect, makes the place feel dead, stripped of life. The sound as well really enhances it. Something about that sound as well. It's like something echoing out in a completely empty building. Dry cell battery. Basement storeroom key. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? I always say it looks like both. Kind of looks like they're reaching up, but they're pretty bloody and green and painful looking at the same time. Maybe that's just because of that slot in the wall and the key that we took. Maybe if that wasn't there, I wouldn't even be thinking about them reaching up to something. There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. My precious ring. The basement's basement. That's where we'll be headed soon. Nope, I'm good. Safarian, thank you for the raid. Cheers. Please go back to that room. I didn't see that well. No. How goes the marathon? It's going good. Yeah, it's been fun. It's always fun revisiting the classics. Never a bad time going through these games. And it's been a bit of an event. I mean, a relatively chill marathon, all things considered. But yeah, we've Silent Hill F coming up around the corner. Day after tomorrow, so that'll be an event. Love the way these chairs look, especially. Something about it all covered up in these sheets. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. we get the same sound if we try it again? Okay. We're gonna have to find Maria to help us. Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What do we have here? There's a piece of paper on the bed. Just some doodle. Huh. Something's written on it. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses. Their sins, she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. Kind of feels like the writing on the carbon paper. With the way the lines are spread out, the lack of punctuation. Although a bit different. That makes me wonder if it's supposed to be the same Joseph doppelganger. She is an angel. No one knows. Only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. Yeah, it really does have that kind of carbon paper memo feel about it, doesn't it? I know it, the secret. I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. Although this guy is writing, he is using capital letters. Not as frenetic. And now we get to see what is being spoken about in the memo. Here's the lady of the door. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Which you can see here as well. Really creepy looking. Love all the extra detail here as well if you stop to take a look. You might not realize at first, and even if you stand back here, look. And see other figures drawn up above the door. Just love the randomness of it, you know, it's just another random wall here in the hospital. Such a strange place for this to appear. Not usually where you find biblical paintings like this. Religious looking paintings. Really cool. Okay, let's go and see if we can find the rings for this painting. Explore the rest of these rooms. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Maria's not here. Where could she have gone? God, the sound here. There's a really cool detail here as well. If you know, we'll be meeting Maria again later. And when she comes back to us and we come back to this room, the breathing will be gone. The breathing stays here until you get Maria back. Really making it feel like it is her voice or something, her breath. You know, as if we're hearing the sick breath of someone, the dying breath of someone. Like Mary on her sick bed. Is Maria sick now too? There's a great moment when this happened in the remake. Because I heard the sound before I realized where I was. Just exploring random areas of the hospital, and then I heard this music, or not music, but I heard this sound kick in. I was like, oh shit, I know where I am. I'm back in Maria's room. In the SH2 remake, the breathing really messed with me badly. The breathing is much more of a recurring thing in the remake. So the recurring breathing sound is, I think that it's mainly the sound from the top floor of the apartment. You know how the top floor of the apartment has that breathing hallway? I think that's the one that you mainly hear come back. And then this one is still a more unique breathing sound for that scene. And it's the same in the remake where Maria's room has that same breathing. And those little gasps that you got every now and then in the remake. You know, Mary's little gasp. It would appear at key moments in the game. Pharaoh with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome anyone coming in. Here's Pharaoh. Welcome anyone coming in. Playing some of the classic Silent Hill 2. Hello there. That squirm is nasty. They look like some kind of bug. What the hell is this that's covered up here? In the original hospital, there's no pillar here or anything. It's Mary, wrapped up. Yeah, it looked like some folded bed sheets or something. This is where the magical quiz box appears later. Yeah, it looks like a blanket or something. Looks like a big burn mark or something on the wall there. That big, deep black blotch there. What happened down here? What's going on here? Now we're going down to the basement's basement, which we were warned about. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf? Really doesn't seem like a good idea. What happened to the guy before me here that did this? James is just willing to do anything. He has nothing to lose. Those scratch marks on the ground.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... She ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
All right. Yeah, man, you just can't beat OG Maria. So here we have Maria switching back and forth between different facets of Mary's personality, different sides of Mary's character. Kind of reminiscent of the hallway scene later in the game. The way she would lash out and then call for love moments later. But yeah, interesting that she doesn't really know why she has these feelings for Laura. But again, it's because she has Mary's feelings. She has these, she has Mary's memories. Mary loved Laura, was hoping to adopt Laura. And that's why Maria feels this way about Laura. She is born with all of Mary's feelings and emotions. It's like it's a memory that she has that she can't really grasp. And it's not just because she isn't just lying to James. If you play the Born from a Wish sub-scenario where you're playing as Maria by herself, it expands on this a bit. She'll see a doll and say to herself, "Oh, Laura would love this." And then she'll say, "Wait a second, Laura, who am I talking about?" Which kind of makes Maria a bit of a tragic character in her own right. She's this kind of monster born from James's wish to be with his wife again. Kind of destined to carry out this role. But she also has her own will as well. She's confused about what she is and who she is. Seems like she can feel pain like anyone else, like any normal human. And we get the copper ring. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. Yeah, I think next time when I play this game, I'm going to go back to the PS2 version. This game really does feel like the real HD collection. But, you know, and it's great in so many ways. But that last scene, that CG scene at such a high res, it looks off. The characters look too doll-like. And some of the CG scenes are okay. I don't really get that feeling, but there, when we get those close-ups of Maria and James brightly lit like that, they look, they don't look like that usually. They've only ever felt like that to me playing the enhanced edition. When you're playing it at a lower res, you're not really seeing the textures and everything so crystal clear. Like you shouldn't be seeing them at this quality level. Let me just catch up with the chat here. Hey, Brand, good to see you. I can still enjoy the scene. I just... Yeah, I think I prefer the lower res versions of the CG scenes. Again, some great looks from Maria in that scene when she turns her head. A kind of disappointed look when she looks back at James. You couldn't care less about me, could you? The little pause before she reaches out and lashes out at him with the anyway, kind of leaning over. And it's such a good job with those scenes. Okay, so we're gonna take Maria down to the fridge. See, now that we're back with Maria, the breathing is gone. Lakeside.
Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, flickered tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Dane. Now for our third and
Walter
final
Sullivan.
question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue.
Nathan Avenue.
Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Hey, there we go. So 313. For the answers, Walter Sullivan, Lakeside Amusement Park, and Nathan Avenue. Yeah, this was one part I felt they botched in the remake. He just sounded so boring, this guy in the remake. I don't remember really getting any feeling from him at all. I remember he was kind of shitty in the HD collection as well, right? Didn't they change it for the HD collection? No one's come close to matching the OG. He's the only one who even really tries, I think. Again, another criticism of the enhanced edition here. When the radio host guy says "shed your tears," it should be barely audible. Like in the original game, they don't show you subtitles for it. And yeah, I don't think there should be subtitles. I think it should be something where you're like, wait a second, did he say something else there? Like, it's not supposed to be audible. You're supposed to struggle to hear if there's anything there. I think putting subtitles there kind of spoils that moment. You know, because it just shows you clearly what's being said when it should be something where you're like, wait, what am I listening to? It should be a space in the dialogue where you're not really sure what's going on. Kind of feels like the enhanced edition guys were trying to fix something that didn't really need fixing. Feels like it kind of defeats the purpose of it. I don't ever want to sound too harsh on the enhanced edition though. Like it's a real blessing that we got this version of the game, because God, the one that Konami put out, the HD version that they put out is a travesty. This one was actually made with care. Okay, let's do it.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
So good.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
I think my alerts have actually made this...
Thanks.
I think my alerts have actually made this funnier for me. When I get to hear the real thing, it's like, whoa, there it is. The real line in all its glory. It hits different. It hits on a whole other level. But it's the real James in the game saying it. Oh, thanks. Oh, Maria. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. I got the lead ring. There's nothing in the refrigerator anymore. A hideous smell is coming from inside. Nasty. Alright, let's take a look. Ring from the refrigerator. It's engraved with a disgusting, bloated face. Calling back to the memo about the lady of the door. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins, she devours them. Okay. Back up to the 3rd floor. So here's our puzzle box, our game show box. Look at this. Look at the opulence. So, Walter Sullivan was the answer to question number 1. That was number 3. Yeah. There we go. Hold on a second, guys. Okay. Let's go back and save just in case something terrible happens. Okay. I put the copper ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. On the index finger. Copper ring on the index finger of the left hand. And the bloated, ugly face. Index finger of the other hand. Another note. There's a note on the ground. The handwriting is hard to read. I took the director's key. The one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Okay, this is where we begin a new strange little side story involving the director of Brookhaven Hospital. Someone took the director's key, the one to the museum, the Silent Hill Historical Society, which we've already visited briefly. Behind the praying woman. Okay, we'll be learning more about this. The sudden noise there. Hello there, Pyramid Head. Yeah, he was hiding well there.
Open up!
Love how stripped bare the lobby area is here. Different from before, like we're still in the Otherworld version. All the tiles and stuff you can see here. Every door locked apart from one. Ooh, are there some doors that aren't even here? Every door locked apart from the directors, who we were just reading about. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. It's Nietzsche. He's the director of the hospital. I copied them onto my map. I got the hospital lobby key. Now it's really time to enter the abyss. Once we go to the Historical Society. Hospital lobby key. Found in the director's office. Key to hospital front lobby. See a little ad for the Lakeview Hotel there at the bottom right. Oh, the room on the right-hand side really does look like James and Mary's hotel room, I think. The bed up there on the left side. Big windows out beside it. Like the big windows you have in their room on either side. I don't think I ever really looked at that before. Toluca boat launch, of course. We're gonna be needing a boat to get over to the hotel. 10 years of business. Toluca Lake Boat Club above that. More boat tours above that. Everything's just all about the lake here on this pamphlet. Oh yeah, it looks like above the map on the top side as well, there are images of the hotel. It's just all about the hotel. There's an old book here about the history of Silent Hill. Books about medicine, the town and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. I'm afraid you're, well, I'm not feeling too tired, but this is where we're going to call it for tonight. It's just about 12 o'clock here, just about midnight. And this leaves us with a good chunk still to do tomorrow. Second half of the game. Probably played a bit more than the first half of the game today. But we also have Born from a Wish to do tomorrow as well. Once we finish up the main game, we'll jump into Maria's sub-scenario and we'll play that as well tomorrow. And then the day after, it's exciting times because it'll be Silent Hill F, first playthrough. And I don't know how long we'll be playing that for. But yeah, guys, we're going to leave it there for now. Let me just catch up with the chat one more time. We'll be going back to VODs. We're keeping the stream live 24/7. While I sleep, I'll be playing old VODs. And with the VODs, we've been running through all of my first playthroughs of the Western Silent Hill games, the post 4 Silent Hill games. We did Homecoming, Downpour, and now we're towards the end of the Origins playthrough. After that, I'll probably stick on Shattered Memories. So yeah, we've been going through the whole series on the channel. Just catching up with the chat here. Any mildly scary effects you encountered after playing these horror games? What? What do you mean? Scary effects? It sounds like you're asking have I like permanently damaged my brain or something? Have I gained superpowers? Hallucinations? No, I don't think so. I was exposed to a lot of scary horror from a young age, which kind of hardened me up for life. I played Silent Hill 1 when I was 7 years old. 8 years old, I think. That was a big one. That was absolutely terrifying playing that game as a kid. Played through the whole game as an 8-year-old. So yeah, that really toughened me up. Psycho, the classic Hitchcock film Psycho. I saw that when I was around the same age. Can't remember how old I was, but 8, 9, 10. I think I was a little bit older than when I played Silent Hill. I think I was probably like 10. And the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Those are the big three in my mind. My big three child experiences with horror. Silent Hill 1, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Psycho. Texas Chainsaw Massacre was rough. I remember my uncle lent it to me. And I would always... I would stick it on during the day. And I would... With my parents around. Like, I could hear my parents in the kitchen. It's bright outside. Light coming in through the window. But I could never get past more than like a few minutes of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Took me so many tries before I got to the end of it. But yeah, good times. Good memories. I'm genuinely glad I had these experiences. You know, they probably instilled a love of the genre in me. You know, I love horror. So I'm thankful for these experiences. The opening radio transmission, yeah, the sound effects, those sharp, shrieking sound effects at the start of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You get these like weird close-ups of skeletons and rotting corpses. I think those skeletons that you see at the start are probably real skeletons as well. I know they mainly used like real animal carcasses and skeletons and bones and everything you see in that film. Texas Chainsaw is a pro-vegan film. It is, yeah. It actually, it does have that theme in it. I think some of the people that worked on it became vegetarians and while making it. But yeah, it actually does have an anti-meat eating theme, that film. But yeah, guys, we're gonna leave it there. Bear with me here for a minute while I get the VOD set up and we'll switch back to Silent Hill Origins. Enjoy the VOD if you're sticking around. And I'll see you tomorrow with the rest of Silent Hill 2. Thanks for watching, everyone. Take it easy. I'll see you soon.